Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of January 14, 2026. We have quorum present for today's meeting. I would like to call this meeting to order. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to an audible function during committee meetings. Members of council, please note that we will be using a new process for joining the speakers list. If you're attending in the chamber and wish to speak, please press the blue request button on the screen in front of you, as the request to speak function in eScribe is no longer available. This will automatically populate a speakers list for the chair. If you wish to be removed from the list, you can press the cancel button, which appears on the screen in front of you as well. For any member who is attending virtually, please use the raise hand button or show your hand raised, and the legislative staff will add you to the list. Once acknowledged by the chair, your microphone will automatically turn on. Please note that you cannot activate it yourself. Do not turn your microphone off while you have the floor. Please leave it until your time is done. Those attending virtually will be able to mute and unmute themselves as they did before. So just for those online, I'll just tell you who's in the chamber here. To my left, your right, Councillor Francis, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Clark, Clerk McRae. To my right, your left, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang, Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson, Councillor Kretsch, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. And just joining us will be Councillor Jackson, Councillor Pauls, and Councillor Nan. Online we have with us Councillor McMeekin. Thank you for joining us today. Now, in terms of the approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk, can you advise of the items included in the addendum?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 3 added delegations, 2 for item 7.5 and 1 for item 8.3. Item 8.11 was originally listed as an item for consideration, but has been moved to item 7.6 as it is now an item for information. There is an added notice of motion, item 10.1, and all other items listed as to be distributed have been added.
May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion on the agenda? No, seeing none. Can I have a vote, please? All those in favor? Okay, just a show of hands. Thank you. Looks unanimous. Carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? No. Hearing none. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. 5.1 GIC 25-017, December 3rd, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adopt the previous minutes? Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Wang. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor, show of hands, please. Carried. Delegations. Before we begin the delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after 4 minutes, and then if you have additional minute to wrap things up. In terms of delegation, 6.1, respecting report HSC 26006, 2025 temporary Barton Tiffany Shelter Program Evaluation Report, citywide, item 7.5. A note to committee, we will take a one vote at the end to receive all the delegations on this matter. Our first delegation is James Kemp, who's virtual with us today. Welcome, James.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, good morning. All set? Okay, floor is yours, James, if you're all set to go.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. I'm here to delegate regarding HCS 26006, specifically the Temporary Barton Tiffany Shelter Program. Firstly, I have to ask if this program should still be considered a shelter program. It is actually transitional housing and should be treated as such by moving it further down the path to stable housing. We all know by now that transitional housing is required to ensure the greatest chance of success when exiting from long periods of homelessness. Only by having a place you can call yours with a visible barrier to the outside world can you even begin to stabilize. I myself have experienced homelessness, not so far as on the street or encampment homelessness, but hidden homelessness. In 2010, a house fire in the apartment below us rendered the triplex uninhabitable. My family spent 4 months couch surfing, and I found it to be a soul-destroying experience. After finding an apartment at City Housing, it took again at least 6 to 8 months before I really felt stabilized and home. It will take much longer for those living on the street. I am concerned about a comment made in the press that staff are aiming to wrap up the TBTS program at the end of its 3-year run. How can staff be so sure that abruptly ending this program is best for the residents of the City of Hamilton? Do they know of housing coming online in 2027 that will render it moribund? What harms can that do to someone in the process of stabilization and having the program ended abruptly on them? The ACPD was not consulted on this project. The ACPD has put in requests to review this site both by letter and by motion, and to date have yet to see a blueprint, photo, or video if an actual site visit is out of the question. That is the entire reason for us being here, to ensure accessibility is being addressed, or to have access to senior levels of staff in a timely manner when requested, yet with the exclusion of the Universal Design Plan last year, Housing Services does not speak to us. By the report's own findings, at least 14% of TBTS residents' accessibility needs are not being met. We are here to make things better for everyone, or getting frustrated by our exclusion. The city doesn't have an accessibility department to address these issues on its own, and we are struggling to make ourselves heard. According to today's article in The Spectator, there is at least one resident with a mobility scooter and crutches. Is there a safe place to store and charge the device? Is there an accessible washroom for this person to use? Can they easily maneuver into or out of their unit? These are just a few questions that I have already. Getting 21 people on the road to being permanently housed is an incredible achievement in 1 year, and we all should feel good about that. While it might not be as impactful as some people were probably hoping, I am personally ecstatic about it. As this program continues and downstreet housing becomes available, we can expect to see those numbers rise. We need more programs like this. We need HATs to get a site. We need more transitional units in all wards of Hamilton. The report mentions a reduction of encampments. From what I understand from actual members of the unhoused, this is more to do with them being forced to isolate further to the fringes and hide their encampments better than to an actual reduction. I would also like to point out that despite the uproar in the various communities targeted for these programs, the TBTS program has operating quite well with the surrounding community and doesn't seem to have been a detriment to the local residents. I am sure there were some growing pains, but it seems to be rather harmonious now that it is established. Despite the obvious controversy of this program with the audit coming forward tomorrow, we must remember that it is helping people now and will continue to do so. Let's do what we can to fix the inequities and get people housed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. I'm just look to the counselors to see if there's any questions for your presentation this morning. Doesn't seem to be any. I want to thank you for your presentation this morning, taking the time, and thank you very much. This is much appreciated. Okay. Now, next up would be Carl Andrus. Carl, are you with us today? I don't see Carl with us, so we'll just move on then. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations on this item? Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Dan. All in favor, show of hands. Okay, we're carried, thank you. Pierre Waugh, respecting report PED 26025, amendments to the sale to the safe apartment buildings bylaw number 24-054, and a bylaw to license and regulate various businesses 07-170 citywide, item 8.3. This is a virtual presentation. Welcome, Pierre. Nice to have you with us. I'll turn it over to you to present, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cooper. Yeah, I'll just share my screen here quickly, if I may. Moment. Just set up here. My slides are in a PDF. Second. Looks like I lost them 1 second here, and I will pull them back up. Great. All right, hopefully you can see my my window here. Perfect, that should be good.
Yeah, we can see it perfectly. So we'll just start your time whenever you're ready.
All right, great, thank you. So the purpose of, good morning, I'm speaking briefly to report PED 26025, which is updates to the rental licensing program. So the purpose of this report is to incorporate some previously approved changes to the rental licensing bylaw. that expanded the program to buildings with 5 or more units, which were inadvertently left out of the amending bylaw in 2023. The purpose of my delegation today is to suggest a change in wording from the proposed bylaw amendment that would maintain the same effect but reduce the possibility of confusion and maintain consistent language between definitions in the licensing bylaw and in the zoning bylaw. For clarity, the bylaw and rental licensing discussion today is separate from the Safe Apartments bylaw that's new for this year. Specifically, this bylaw that I'm talking about applies only in parts of Ward 1, 8, and 14 in buildings with 4 or less units that are not regulated by any other legislation or bylaws like lodging houses or care facilities. So while the program website indicated that the bylaw applies to buildings with up to 5 units since February of 2024, the bylaw amendments required to implement this change were never actually made, which is what this report seeks to rectify. To do this, staff are recommending updating the definition of a multiple dwelling in the licensing bylaw from a building containing 5 or more units to a building containing 6 or more units. This has the effect of expanding the program to buildings with up to 5 units because the bylaw defines eligibility through exclusionary language. So the application section of the existing bylaw is shown on the current slide. First, it states that it only applies in the geographic area in the special schedule. So that would be parts of wards 1, 8, and 14. And then it clarifies what the bylaw does not apply to, which is namely multiple dwelling or hotels and other regulated dwelling configurations. So in the multiple dwelling definition we have right now, it contains 5 or more units, which means that the program only applies to buildings with 4 units or less. So as previously mentioned, to implement the program expansion from 4 units or less to 5 units and less, staff are suggesting updating the definition of multiple dwelling from 5 or more units to 6 or more units without introducing any changes to this section. This has a possibility of being potentially confusing. So this would introduce a different definition of the same defined term between zoning bylaw 05200 and licensing bylaw 07170, which currently share the same definition for the same word. While the two bylaws may appear unrelated, with the zoning bylaw being enacted under the Planning Act and the licensing bylaw being enacted under the Municipal Act, both are used in the licensing and eligibility process for rental housing licensing program. And this is because landlords require a zoning verification report from the planning department to confirm the legal recognized use of their building when applying for a rental housing license. Using the same terminology between planning and licensing only makes sense. It reduces the chance of confusion for staff, landlords, decision makers, and the public. It makes everything more straightforward. Conflicting definitions of the same defined term introduce opportunities for mistakes and for bad faith landlords to potentially take advantage of the system. For example, a landlord may own a building with 5 units. Their zoning verification report from the planning department will say that the legally recognized use is a multiple dwelling containing 5 residential units. They may then read the rental licensing bylaw, which states the program does not apply to multiple dwellings, and come to the incorrect conclusion that the program does not apply to them. To reduce the chances of confusion, I'm suggesting maintaining the existing consistent definition of multiple dwellings between both bylaws, but amending the application section of the licensing bylaw to reflect the proposed expansion or the program expansion. That would be shown on this slide here with my proposed change. So instead of changing the term multiple dwelling, everything above remains the same, but we update section 3.2a. This schedule shall not apply to a multiple dwelling containing 6 or more dwelling units. This would allow the necessary this should be all the necessary changes to implement Council's previously approved program expansion without introducing unnecessary confusing terminology defined differently between 2 related bylaws. And I believe this suggestion is in line with the recommendations of the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency and Accountability, which called for more plain language communication in public-facing materials. I believe that maintaining consistency in policy language is in line with this recommendation. And thank you. That's my presentation for this morning.
Thank you, Pierre. We have a question from Councillor Wang. Councillor Wang, please. Oh. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing this, Pierre, and thank you for your keen eye on all of these things. I think that when it comes to plain language, I think I'd like to get a better understanding from you. How best should we move forward in terms of best practices for plain language? Because plain language can be different for a lot of different people. So I wonder, what is your recommendation for how we might start to structure language in our policies? Is there a standard that you might be able to refer us to?
I think it would. I briefly reviewed what I had previously read in the mayor's task force recommendations yesterday, and I believe one of the things they talked about was a consistent language approach across all documentation. That's something that I think would apply in this scenario, a corporation-wide lexicon of words that are used across bylaws and departments and divisions or policies or public-facing documents that are intended to mean the same thing and are written in the same manner. So we don't have duplicatory definitions or contradictory definitions. I mean, an example, even in planning department, is a fence versus a visual barrier. They might sound the same, but they're actually technically different, and a visual barrier can be taller than a fence. And there's a fence bylaw under the Municipal Act, but there's a visual barrier provision in the zoning bylaw. And it's kind of a crossover that makes things kind of weird and confusing for everybody. And there is a purpose kind of, but it's about streamlining language. So if there was a lexicon for the corporation and it was understood that multiple dwelling meant 5 units or more, then that language could be consistent across this bylaw, the licensing, or the zoning bylaw, the licensing bylaw, and any other potential bylaws that may need to use that terminology.
Okay. Sounds like if we were to move, how we might want to do this, sounds like it's going to be a huge task. So it's something that I'll try and take away and see if there's something that we can do. Thank you very much for your delegation today.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I see no other questions. So, Pierre, I'd like to thank you for this presentation. Very informative, very insightful. And also, we'd be happy to add it to the website if you'd like to send it over to clerks, just so other people can see it as well. So thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the delegation? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Okay, passed, carried. So we're on to item 7, and I'll just recognize at this point Councillor Spatafora joined us at the beginning of the presentation, and Mayor Horvath is with us as well. So just for those watching along on TV. Items for information. If there are no objections, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put items 7.1 through 7.4 on the floor as a group. A mover, please. Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by, do I have a seconder? Councillor Beattie, there we go. Is there any discussion on any of these items? Yep. Okay. Recognizing Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just a question on 7.4. This is the correspondence from the Hamilton Police Services Board. I had sent a note over to GM Zagaric just asking some generalized questions, because in this correspondence, they are asking for us to share in some of the revenues of the provincial offenses, POA revenues. So I just wanted to get a sense, is this done normally? Like, is this done in other municipalities? To your knowledge, General Manager, I know I don't want to put you too much on the spot here.
Good morning, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. There isn't a legislative requirement for municipalities to share Provincial Offences Act revenues with local police forces or the OPP in the cases of municipalities that are supported through Ontario Provincial Police. Some municipalities, what we've noted is upper tier municipalities, regional governments, some do share POA revenues with municipalities. We've surveyed other municipalities. There isn't consistency in terms of municipalities sharing Provincial Offences Act revenues. And just for the general public, Provincial Offences Act revenues, Part 1 revenues, these are automated speed enforcement, red light camera, as well as Highway Traffic Act, insurance compliance, and these are revenues that accrue to municipalities through those various mechanisms And so, again, there isn't consistency across municipalities as it relates to sharing revenue. And in the case of those municipalities that do share revenue, there isn't consistency or methodology as to how they share revenue.
Thank you. My follow-up question through you, Chair, and it may be a little bit of an opinion piece or perhaps a musings. As we know, the provincial government has already banned speed enforcement cameras, which means that's a significant form of revenue that is no longer available within this POA revenue bucket. As well, it feels as though, and I have to go back and check on my data from HPS, but it feels like the traffic enforcement has also been going down. So if we're already seeing that those revenues from both the speed enforcement side is going down as well as the traffic enforcement, it feels like you're taking blood from a stone. I hope that's the right sort of analogy. We don't have a lot of POA revenues currently, and those POA revenues are going lower and lower. So as much as I appreciate the thought process from this correspondence, I'm a little bit perplexed because in the business sense, how do you continue to cut from a pie that's smaller and smaller when we're not, like, when we have none of those revenue mechanisms to help us there? So this correspondence, as much as I appreciate coming from the chair of the police board, I'm just not really sure how best to move this piece of correspondence forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I have Councillor Wilson up next. Do you have something on 7.4, or is this another? Okay, yes, okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson next.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just have a question of, and what? We have members of the Police Service Board sitting here, but I guess I'm not sure what happens with this piece of correspondence and its request or intent. What's next? Thank you, through the chair.
Okay. I don't know if Councillor Spetafor or Councillor Pauls.
If I may, first, if I may just legislatively ask through the chair to GM Zegeric, this will have budget consequences, I'm assuming, with the revenue situation that Councillor Wang. So what do we do with this correspondence and as a council, through the chair? Sorry, Chair, thank you.
Through the chair, there will be budget consequences as it relates to POA revenues in general. You may have noted that through the dissemination on December 12th of the staff draft proposed budget, we are reflecting a reduction in POA revenues for a variety of reasons, including automated speed enforcement and some of those other factors of about $3.3 million. So that is referenced in the December 12th staff draft proposed budget. With respect to this correspondence from Hamilton Police Services, as I understand, the POA revenues are reflected in the proposed budget that Hamilton Police Services Board have approved, and so that budget will be before the mayor for consideration, and so I believe next steps would be through the consideration of the police services budget by the mayor and ultimately by council for adoption.
Thank you, through the chair. So just so I understand that the police budget as it stands and to be submitted assumes that this will be actioned, that there will be a portion. Do we know how much that is, if I've understood you correctly, through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe it's in the ballpark of 1.2 million and thereabouts. And just as a reminder for committee, with respect to police services and police services budgets, the mayor and council do not have the authority to adjust line items, including this line item in the budget. The mayor and council would consider the global budget and not specific line items.
So if I might ask, perhaps through the chair, I'm not sure if it's to Legislative Coordinator McCray or if that's fair, or maybe to the city manager. Or do I direct these questions to my board members offline to assist in digesting this ask? One of my colleagues said, I'm not sure respectfully where that was rooted in. There is a decrease in the number of traffic enforcements. Who do we ask these questions to? Do we wait and hold those questions until the police present their budget, or how might we do that appropriately?
Through the chair, as staff present the 2026 budget, we will provide further detail regarding the adjustments staff are proposing to the POA revenues. And through that information, we'll provide further clarity regarding what those factors are, including automated speed enforcement and the decline in Part 1 infractions. So through the budget information, I believe the overview on January 23rd will start to unpack some of that information as relates to POA revenues.
Thank you, GM Zagaric. So that overview will be offered by you and not by the police service in their budget presentation.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much for those answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm just going to check with Councillor Crutcher. Do you have something on 7.4 as well? Okay, yes. Over to you, Councillor Crutch.
I didn't intend to speak on the subject, but since it's been raised, a couple things. There's two layers here that I think are worthwhile repeating since people seem confused. I'm on the budget committee for the police, so that's why I'm saying something. Part of the budget ask for a motion from Councillor Pauls was to consider the POA revenues. It's a consideration. And so while council can't sort of dicker with line items on the budget, the city still has to consider that. And if the city just says no, right? So I'm just saying that maybe from a legislative point of view to someone here, like that may have to come up as a separate motion because we're being asked two things. We're being asked to approve the overall police budget. We're also being asked to consider this. It's a separate question. It's not part and parcel. We don't say no to the Police Services Board budget simply because we say no to this. That wouldn't make any sense. And that was not how we approached this. So who knows what the correspondence means. But the second part I think is really important is this doesn't change the total costs of policing. And so you'll look at the presentation coming forward from the Police Services Board, talking about the total costs of policing. It's neither here nor there whether we give the POA revenues to the police service or we ourselves keep the POA revenues. All it would do would just adjust the ask of the Police Services Board's budget. It wouldn't change the costs of policing. So this is really just a shell game where we're just trying to pass around who's responsible for what and talk about percentages, but it has absolutely no impact on the cost of policing. So hopefully that's clarifying and helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. I have actually Brad Clark just next, if I could. Brad, did you have something on 7.4 as well? Or I can come back to you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
My inclination is that we received the request and refer it to the mayor. It's the mayor's responsibility to set the first round of the budget. So she would make that decision. And we can provide advice to the mayor. I'm a little bit concerned about just handing over a portion of the provincial offenses to the police department, because the public are going to think, well, if the police are wanting to increase their revenue, they just go out and ticket more people. And that becomes somewhat unseemly in other jurisdictions where that is permitted. So I think the best thing to do is refer it to the mayor, have her consider whether or not the POA stays with the city and the police provide us a budget and we approve their funding, but it goes to general revenue. And then we can decide after that. But I sincerely, I would suggest receiving it and referring it to the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. As first-time speaker, I'm going to go to Mayor Horvath, please. Oops, sorry, there we go.
Thanks very much.
Oops. You got it already? Got it. There we go.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Cooper. I appreciate the conversation on this item and I appreciate the kind of comments from the member of the Finance Committee of the Police Services Board. Ultimately, there's one taxpayer at the end of the day. And so when I look at this, it's a matter of, to some extent, transparency as to where, what are the pieces that are part of the Police Services Board, what are the pieces of the revenue for the city, and as I think about this, I welcome all the comments and considerations that people want to share, but I think it's something that's an extremely important piece around how do we make sure that we're clearly showing where the money comes from and how it feeds into the services, both police services and other services provided by the city. So thanks everyone for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. We have Councillor Wang.
This is on item 7.3,
Oh,
Deputy
7.3. Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
So I'll just check. Is there anything else in 7.4 then from anyone? No. Okay. Oh, sorry. GM Segarra, yes, please.
Sorry, through the chair. We've spoken a bit about POA, but the correspondence also makes reference to court security and prisoner transport. So if I can, I just want to touch upon court security and prisoner transport. This was something that was downloaded from the provincial government to municipalities in 2012. The provincial government's given municipalities a total of $125 million to help fund court security and prisoner transport. And starting in 2018, I believe, in it, that amount has not changed since 2018. The pie has not changed, but the pieces of the pie have changed in terms of the amount that municipalities receive. In 2025, we received, the city, $5.24 million as it relates to that provincial funding to help offset court security and prisoner transport. The actual costs in 2025 were $7.84 million. And these funds are transferred to police services to help to offset those funds. So as it relates to the correspondence from Hamilton Police Services, one course of action is to request that the province of Ontario fully fund municipalities as it relates to court security and prisoner transport. City of Hamilton, and for Hamilton Police Services, that would represent an increase of about $2.6 million based on 2025. So I just wanted to touch upon the second item that's before you from the correspondence from Hamilton Police Services. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Zagaric. Anything else on 7.4? One last time? Okay, over to you, Councillor Wang, 7.3?
Yes, please. Excuse me. When I'm reading this note, I do recognize that we have been fairly consistent on keeping a very high S&P standard or a credit score. And I just wanted to get some clarity because in the analysis it says that potentially this is about data management and fiscal reporting. And because we did suffer from that cybersecurity issue where our finances have just been completely decimated, does that mean that should we get back to both our interim and final financial reporting system that we can be able to boost our S&P credit score? Is that what this report is potentially telling me?
Through the chair, the report identifies that our credit rating changed from AAA to AA+, which is the second highest available credit rating. One of the factors affecting the credit rating was the delay in producing our financial statements, principally our 2023 and 2024 financial statements. With respect to the other factors that informed the credit rating, the other factors were not changed, degraded in terms of affecting the change. I don't know whether it would be appropriate to assume that once we return to regular reporting, whether the credit rating then would increase or change back to AAA, only because there are other factors that will be affecting municipalities going forward, including our infrastructure requirements and funding of infrastructure requirements. So going forward, while we expect and are working towards returning to a regular schedule of financial reporting, we too expect some of these other factors will continue to weigh on municipalities, not only City of Hamilton, and we've seen some downgrades for other municipalities for some of those reasons, including infrastructure requirements and the need to fund infrastructure.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a yes, but report. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wang. Is there anything else on 7.3? No. Councillor Clark, are you in 7.3? No. We'll come back. Okay. Councillor Wilson, 7.3? No. Okay. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. I'm just showing my ignorance here, Chair, but I just want to make sure I fully understand. In the report, thank you for it, it says there are no financial considerations. Is that separate and apart from financial impact? If you have a diminishment of a credit rating, I would assume that affects our borrowing costs, but I don't know, through the chair.
Through the chair, the considerations would be if staff have identified the need to request from committee and council some financial investments as it relates to the issue or the report. With respect to the financial impact, we have reached out to financial institutions to get a sense in terms of the city's impact to borrow and how a change from AAA to AA. Our sense is the change would be about 3 to 5 basis points. So that would be 0.03 to 0.05%. So relatively minor impact in terms of cost of borrow.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I've had a request just to separate 7.4 out, so I'll just ask one more time if there's any questions for 7.1 through 7.3. Oh, Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just had a quick question on 7.2. And I don't know how else to phrase the question other than to say, is everything okay over at the Advisory Committee for Climate Change? We've had more than one resignation. I don't believe this is the first series of resignations we've had, purely asking to make sure that everything's okay, that there's no structural problems. Is there, maybe it's timing, I don't know what it is, but it's just a little alarming to have 2 duplicate resignations on the same agenda. And I know that, as I said, I believe there has been other resignations from this committee. So if there's an overview, maybe it's staff, quick highlight, everything's all right, no panic, but some explanation as to maybe what might have led, if that's possible in an open forum, Chair.
Yeah. I'll recognize Director Lukasik. Director, please.
Oh, hi, Linda.
Hello, Happy New Year. Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor, for that question. So we have had a number of resignations. We're a large committee of 20 originally, and we are down to 12. I can run through. We have been carefully tracking the reasons for resignations, and they've ranged from everything from one of our members becoming a city employee and having to step down from the committee to several resignations for people. One was a person who is in grad school now and the load was too heavy. And I'll be honest, we have several others who stepped away because these are people who are passionate about climate and they've got lots of other things that they're working on professionally linked to climate and have stepped away for that reason. One of the recent ones is someone who brings technical expertise to their role and has committed to us to continue to be part of a working committee, but felt that their time and effort at the main advisory committee table was not well spent for them personally, but they still have committed to stay engaged. So we have had some challenges. I like to think it's not because people are unhappy about the advisory committee and their participation there. I think it's for the majority of the resignations, it's been because people have, maybe they're stretched thin because they're committed and working in other ways or for other reasons that they have had to step away.
Thank you, Director. A very thorough answer. Appreciated. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Thank you, Director Lukasik. Any other questions or comments on 7.1 to 7.3? Seeing none, I'll just ask for a show of hands to receive those. Okay. I'll come back to 7.4. Yes. Looks like we're all in favor. Passed. Carried. So in terms of 7.4, I want to recognize Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. I'd like to move a two-part motion. The first part would be with regards to the police chief POA request that it be referred to the mayor's budget process. And the second part would be that the mayor, council, and the government relations office advocate to the province for actual court costs.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll maybe borrow your piece of paper after.
I just want to check with Clerk McRae. Would there be separate votes, or would we want to do that together?
Through the Deputy Mayor, they could be in one motion.
Okay. Councillor Clark, do you have a seconder? Councillor Pauls? Okay. Open the floor for discussion. Seeing none. This will require electronic vote. Thank you, Councillor McPekin.
Perfect.
Thumbs up. Yep. Okay, the vote's 16-0. Councillor Clark's motion passes. Thank you. On to 7.5, HSC 26006, 2025 Temporary Barton Tiffany Shelter Program Evaluation Report, which is a citywide. I'm looking at for Grace Mader, General Manager, Health and Safety Communities, to do a presentation, introduce it. We'll have a couple presenters. So, General Manager Mayer.
Good morning, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Thank you for the opportunity. We know that over the next couple of days, there'll be a lot of discussion with regards to Barton Tiffany. Today is an opportunity for us to talk about the experiences that we've had with both from the city's perspective through Housing Services. Michelle Baird, our director, will be presenting, along with Catherine Kalinowski, the director with Good Shepherd. This is to hear about the experiences, the impact that's been made by the investment by this council, and hopefully that we can hear some of the successes that has been encountered since the opening. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division. I'm here today with Catherine Kalinowski from the Good Shepherd. And I will figure out the technology. I never seem to remember. Here we go. Okay. So recent increases in individuals experiencing homelessness and sustained volumes of individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness in particular was continuing to place a strain on our resources locally. In fact, this is not just a Hamilton issue. As recent as yesterday, AMO and OMSA released their updated report with respect to homelessness in Ontario. And at this point in time, there's almost 85,000 individuals across the province experiencing homelessness. So although we stand here and talk about the Hamilton situation, it's certainly not a Hamilton issue solely. It goes well beyond our borders. The City of Hamilton does continue to experience challenges with respect to affordability, housing affordability, but affordability more broadly. Both of these, of course, are impacting homelessness in our community. Addressing these issues continues to require a coordinated effort involving the city, community partners, federal and provincial governments as well. In September 2024, Hamilton City Council approved a comprehensive response to the increasing needs among the unhoused residents and the encampments we were seeing across our community. And overall, a strategy to try to address the ongoing homelessness pressures. This included 192 temporary shelter beds within our existing system, in addition to 80 shelter beds at an outdoor shelter at Tiffany Barton. And this was a new and innovative solution to addressing unsheltered homelessness within our community. Today, I'm here to talk about the evaluation of the Tiffany Barton beds particularly, rather than the broader expansion. Early on, when we established this program, we made a commitment to evaluate the success of the program, learn from what worked, what wasn't working, knowing that it was a new program for us. The evaluation happened fairly early on in June, and so we'd only been operating for a few months at the time of the evaluation. You're going to see some numbers in the report today, but I'm going to speak to the most up-to-date information and numbers we have, so there might be some minor discrepancy. The evaluation overall was looking at the impact on unsheltered homeless individuals in our community and encampments. It was looking at changes in how people access emergency shelters, service planning and delivery. It's a different model than we've used before, and whether or not the program was fulfilling the expectations. Although it was not intended to be an evaluation to compare this program to others that we operate, certainly we are now in a place where we can talk a little bit about that too. The evaluation involved staff surveys and client surveys for individuals that are using the shelter. The program found overall that the program is successful in providing shelter spaces and meeting the needs of the targeted population. The population of Tiffany Barton, you'll remember, come directly from encampments, and that is the population that's prioritized. In many cases, these are individuals who have not even used our shelter system in the past, or have used the shelter system in a limited way because it did not meet their needs. Service restrictions in this shelter were used very sparingly, and that reflects the approach to be a low-barrier shelter. There was high collaboration among service providers, and service providers were present on site at the shelter. Over 70% of clients rated communication with staff positively, 80% said they feel safe when they are there, and 73% stated that their unit met their needs. 83% of staff surveyed felt that the program model made it easier for their team to support clients, and 85% thought they were having a positive impact on clients. There were areas suggested for improvement. Housing Services could consider ways to improve data collection. We use data, of course, to inform decisions and inform program planning, so we could make that an easier process. We could also clarify and streamline referral pathways and find ways to make sure that transfers were warm transfers. In addition, we could find ways to provide supports to service providers that were there. All of these things, these measures came back to us in June, and as I noted, we've been working on all of these since that time, and we continue on a journey of continuous improvement. As of, so the numbers in the report are going to speak to October. As of today, I can tell you that 21 individuals have been housed through their stay at Tiffany Barton. We heard the delegate this morning talk about whether this was more of transitional housing as opposed to a true shelter. I can tell you that the successes we're seeing at Tiffany Barton are beyond that, which we're seeing at other shelters. Over 15% of the people who leave Tiffany Barton are leaving because they found permanent housing. That's better than what we're seeing within our usual shelter system. So we do have successes here that we need to build upon. We also know that over 43 pets have been accommodated at Tiffany Barton. This was a gap for us within our shelter system more broadly, and it may seem like a minor detail, but for people for whom they no longer have a house, they're not in connection with their family, a pet can be that last connection that they have. There's been over 101 clients that have used Tiffany Barton. 34 of them were two-person households, so couples, and we've had individuals, of course, as well. There are 19 providers on site at Tiffany Barton. So when I stand here, I'm standing here representing the work of Housing Services. Catherine is here, of course, representing Good Shepherd. But in addition to us, there are 19 providers on site, which is significant. People have truly stepped up. It's extensive partnerships. We have agencies like Shelter Health Network. We have a nurse practitioner from the RAM Clinic. We have people providing life skills from HRIC. We have primary care staff there. We have attachment staff, the SPCA, and of course our own animal services are there. Public health visits as well. So it truly is a wraparound site of service. There continues to be an ongoing demand for this type of services. So right now we have approximately 196 expressions of interest of people who are trying to get into Tiffany Barton, and of course that demand continues. The shelter continues to be full every night, however, still desire to come in there. Since the completion of the evaluation, additional training was offered with respect to HIFAs, so we are continuing to improve our data collection, and we have new resources with respect to case management. And on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to talk a bit more specifically about the program.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to take a moment and introduce Aaron Dean, who is the Operations Director at Barton Tiffany and has been there before we opened the doors, and thank him for his incredible work. He's along in case you have some more granular questions that he might be able to offer and I might not have the right answer to. So just looking at this slide, I just want to start out by saying that this is transformative work. It's innovative and it's risky and it has made a difference in people's lives. This is a human crisis with a unique population, and we are looking for unique solutions. Some of the lessons we've learned, which is really what I want to talk about, is this was an urgent need project. We did a rapid admission, referral and admission process. In 55 days, we went from 0 residents to 80 residents. If you can imagine people who have been living outside, all of their belongings, in some cases their pets, getting them settled into an environment that was brand new, had never been used before. We were learning the environment at the same time. It was quite an undertaking. We recognized really early on that the people coming into the shelter, far more than in other shelters I'm associated with, needed a period of rest. We had people sleep sometimes for 48 hours when they arrived, and would tell us afterwards the ability to go to sleep behind a locked door was a huge game changer for them. They needed time to recover, they needed time to regulate, and we needed time as a community of service providers and residents to set some norms and accountabilities and responsibilities so that we were creating a hospitable community environment for the people who would be living temporarily there. We also used that time, very importantly, to establish rapport and trust with people who often feel their boundaries have been violated and who have been highly stigmatized in our community and don't necessarily trust. Right at the top it said 13, but today it's 21 individuals moved into permanent housing, and I believe we have 3 or 4 pending in the next 2 or 3 weeks who will be moving as well, all being well. We do this at the top because there was lots of learnings in that. Particularly around the fact that people had lots of needs around getting housing ready in terms of ID, access to housing applications, that kind of thing. But that the best outcomes were really around working in partnership with agencies that had pre-existing relationships with people, as well as leveraging Hamilton's coordinated access system. The vast majority of the people who have moved into permanent housing out of Barton Tiffany have been linked with an intensive case manager through our Reaching Home programs, Housing First programs, with Mission Services, Wesley Center, and Good Shepherd's Reaching Home program. Really important partnership. I would also say what we learned about housing, we spend a lot of time talking about what is an emergency shelter bed. There's lots of talk about bridge housing now, transitional housing. The difference in this, the innovation in this, is really about the type of accommodation. Shelter stays are very long. We have people staying in shelters up to a year because the housing market is so difficult and inadequate income and the challenges, personal challenges people bring. If we stop thinking, I think there's a real opportunity here to think about how transitional housing plays into our system and is part of our way out of the homelessness crisis. Michelle talked about the development of the program as a community hub and the extensive partnerships, and I hear the bell ringing, so I won't go on about that, but we do this work very intentionally in partnership. We do not assume that we have the answers. We're there to do housing-focused case management and provide safe emergency shelter. We want people to move out into the community with sustainable networks of support, and we really work hard to make that happen. I want to highlight issues around physical health and substance use. And I know there's a lot of interest in and discussion, sometimes quite polarized, about substance use amongst people who are experiencing homelessness. There are people, lots of them actually, at Barton
Excuse
Tiffany.
me, Catherine. Just want to do a check to see how much longer we're going to be. I gave you a couple extra minutes here, and so I just have to go back to the committee to get you some extra time.
Okay,
But
thank you.
What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. How much more time would you need? Just
3 minutes.
5 minutes?
Three. 5. I'll take
Let's go
5 and try and do it in 3.
Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Taddison. All those in favor, hand vote.
Thank you.
Is it electronic vote? Yeah. It was electronic vote. Okay.
Okay.
We just got to vote first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin, are you a thumbs up? Sorry, we can't see you.
Yes, I'm thumbs up.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Clerk McRae. So unanimous. Please continue. You have another 5 minutes, Catherine.
Thank you very much. These complex issues don't fit well into sound bites, I'm afraid. I was talking about substance use and the population that we're talking about. People at Barton Tiffany do use substances. We do not want people to use substances and harm themselves with this, but we are also realistic about this. So we take a very, very significant we make a significant investment in embedded harm reduction on-site in the shelter. We have St. Joe's staff seconded to us from withdrawal management on-site 24/7. The RAM nurse who's employed by Good Shepherd, a nurse practitioner, actually visits at least once a week and sees a multitude of people. And this is what we're hearing. We are hearing, I ran into a woman in the parking lot when I was leaving the other day who we were having a lovely chat, and she went on to tell me that she has so significantly reduced her substance use while she's living at Barton Tiffany and is actually thinking about maybe more significant change in her life. Anecdotal, I understand, but these are the things. We are hearing this from people. Reducing their use. We've had someone go to residential treatment. We have people engaging with the nurse practitioner around OAT and other forms of treatment. This is a good thing. It's not about a judgment. It's about people staying safe until they can make decisions about the next steps in their lives. I would say to you the most compelling thing about that is, by our count, we've had 20 responses to suspected drug overdoses on site at Barton Tiffany in a year. In one of our other men's shelters that I'm responsible for, that has just a slightly lower number of people living in it, we had 83 overdoses in the same period. Pretty significant. I also want to speak briefly about physical health. The condition of people coming into Barton Tiffany is really, really concerning. Not for everybody, but we see a multitude of chronic and acute physical health problems. We're very lucky to have Shelter Health, Good Shepherd's Health on Wheels, and HRIC's Health, an Aboriginal Health Centre attending to these issues, but we see wounds. We see people who have cardiac problems, diabetes, people with significant disabilities. We have someone who lives on site who is legally blind. We have people who use mobility devices. It's not surprising. We know there's a correlation between homelessness and poor health outcomes. The opportunity here is that people are getting consistent eyes-on and care while they're on site, as well as being encouraged and supported to attend community-based health care. They are making steps towards connecting with primary health care that they will use beyond the shelter when they move into the community. And we've also had people who have been able to participate in treatments, intensive treatments and surgeries that they would not have been eligible for as a person living in an encampment. This represents great outcomes for human beings and speaks to human dignity and rights, but it also speaks to savings to our systems in the long run. We talked briefly about discharges, and what I really want to focus on here is Aaron said to a resident one day who was having a hard day, you know, you got 79 roommates here. It's not surprising that it doesn't always go well. Think about in your own house what happens sometimes. But we really focus on people maintaining their eligibility to be in the service. There is not much point in developing a program like this and really trying to innovate and really trying to stretch and just be discharging people back out into the community. Where we have had to discharge people and service restrict them for an extended period of time has only been in the case where we determined, despite multiple efforts, that there is a significant health and safety issue to the person, to other individuals working, living, or visiting that site. And those are the only times. So what we've learned is that we can actually maintain, but that closed door and that individual space is the best resiliency factor. When you say to someone, go and cool off, you can't do that here. Go. People should make other choices. They have a choice. They can choose to step away from a situation and reapproach later. And we think this has significantly impacted outcomes in this regard. And then I wanted to note as well emergency services calls, because we know that at 5 per month, that is lower than average in most shelter environments. Again, cost to savings. We so appreciate the partnership that we have with Hamilton Police Services, with Fire Services, and with EMS. It's great, it's dynamic, and we really appreciate their support. Fortunately, we haven't had to call on it too much. I just want to say in conclusion, this is not the perfect solution for everyone, but for the populations identified by this project, it has worked extraordinarily well. And I say that as someone who has worked in shelters for 30 years. It is truly innovative, and it is transformative for many, not all, but for many of the people who are there. And I'm going to beg your indulgence, and this is not usually the way I would end things, but I want to read to you, with the permission of this person who has recently moved out of Barton Tiffany after a long period of homelessness, a note that she left pinned to the staff door before she left. She says, thank you for working your asses off and showing me the most kind and caring support through education and teamwork. It does not go unnoticed, especially right before the holidays. You are all amazing. Thank you for working when we're down or think we can't do it. Thank you for supporting us when we need it. Thank you for being the earth that helps ground us. Thank you for the courage. And thank you for reading this. Thank you. Stay yourselves. Because of you all, I will be thriving and I will be warm this winter. Seriously, thank you. I would say this came to our team. I would say it came to the people in this room. I would say it comes to our larger community who support this kind of innovation. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Michelle. I just look to, before we go to questions, look to the committee or the council to have a mover and a seconder for this presentation. Moved by Mayor Horvath, seconded by Councillor Wang, my apologies. Receipt of the report and the presentation on the floor. Thank you for that. Now before we, let's open it up to questions. Now I got Councillor Crutch here. Councillor Crutch, over to you, please.
Thanks, and thanks very much for the presentation and the information. A lot of important details there, and for sharing some how the impacts have helped. I know many people in the Ward 2 community specifically have benefited from these services. That was my first question. Where were people coming from? I want to understand that better. I know that when council approved 272 new shelter spaces, these were 80 of those 272, and they were there, as you said, to help folks who maybe not able to fit inside the traditional shelter model. And so where did you find folks were coming from primarily? I mean physically coming from, yeah.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The individuals at Tiffany Barton came from encampments across the city. That was the direction when we put this shelter in place, to prioritize individuals that were coming from encampments, particularly individuals who were coupled or with pets and couldn't be in other shelters, or for whom other shelters didn't meet their needs. So the people that are at Tiffany Barton were coming from encampments, many of whom have spent years in encampments. Significant challenges, but yet there's been tremendous success with these individuals once they had the opportunity to stabilize and find a place where they could stabilize.
Thank you. I also want to talk a little bit more about what kind of housing this is. So I know that Catherine spoke about this briefly, but I think it's important that we define it if we can at some point. It's not a traditional shelter, not only because it's outdoors, but because many shelters, most shelters, have periods of time where they're not operating. They're shut down. They were doing things, I think of Caroline's Place across the road, right? Which is shut down for several hours a day. And this is not that kind of shelter. So how can we describe this or better help the public understand exactly what this is?
Through the chair again, thank you for that question. And we've had this discussion ourselves about what this is and how do we do this in other places, because it has been successful. It truly is an emergency shelter, and that the individuals who come here come in like they do to another shelter. However, the types of supports that are in place, when I talk about the agencies that are on site, so people don't need to go elsewhere to find support, they're there. The fact that people can stay there all day, if they choose to remain in their cabin all day, they can certainly choose to do that. If they choose to socialize, they can. It really is up to the individual and their autonomy on how they spend their day, which is appropriate. The other thing that makes this shelter different that Catherine spoke about is the ability to lock your door, that there is privacy afforded to folks. And so we've had the conversation about if this truly is a shelter, is it transitional housing, is it bridge housing of some sort that allows people a place to stabilize before going to permanent housing. I think at the end of the day, it's not about what the label is, it's about the characteristics that are making it successful, and that we have to look at that and look at those learnings and see how we apply them elsewhere.
2 more questions for me. I want to understand this 113 number that I see being reported a bit better. So my understanding, and I don't have a ton of information, I have what I've learned from you folks and from other things that have been reported, but when people are coming into the shelter, some are leaving voluntarily at some point, right? I want to understand like the entrance egress process here. If 21 people have found some form of permanent housing, what group of people haven't? What's the total number of people that have come out of the housing who maybe haven't found something? I'm trying to understand that better, because I think what you're saying is, we filled the shelter up to 80 people, and then an additional group of people have also come in and out. I just want to make sure that math makes sense, right? It's just 113 minus 80 is the number I'm looking for, and it's probably not. So whatever information you have to share about that would be helpful. And I have one more question.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. So in this particular shelter, that number is interesting because at the outset, and we just talked about this morning, the first couple of months, we were actually working to keep people at the shelter as opposed to find ways for them to exit successfully, because the majority of individuals had not had success in shelters in past, and it's a significant change to go from being in an encampment to suddenly being in a shelter, and to Catherine's point, having all these roommates that you didn't have before, and how do those relations work. So the first few months, there were people who would come for a night or two and then choose to leave and then perhaps come back, and that's absolutely appropriate, and that's what happens within the shelter. And so the majority of work that was happening was actually working to keep people at the shelter. Once we got through that time period and people were comfortable, they're feeling safe and secure, the conversations start happening with respect to what does your housing journey look like? How do we get you to the next step? And so when we talk about those people, 21 of whom found permanent housing, there are other individuals who might have left for their own reasons. The shelter didn't work for them, and so they exited the shelter system. There's a very, very small number of people who were service restricted that Catherine spoke about, where there are safety concerns. However, the bar with respect to service restrictions at this shelter is incredibly low. And so really trying not to use that as a reason for an unfavorable discharge. And then in addition, we had 2 individuals who unfortunately passed away at the shelter, and so those would be considered exits too.
Okay, Councillor Kretsch, we'll come back. We're just 3 or 5 minutes. We'll come back if you get back on the list.
Sure, could I just clarify something that she said?
Okay, yeah, please.
Rather than waiting till later?
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying here is we don't have all the numbers in front of us right now in terms of, okay, there's a couple of people who passed away, there's some individuals who are service restricted. I'm just asking if there's some way you can circulate to council the whole input-output numbers so we can see how many people came in, what the outcomes were for those individuals, right? Just so we can get a complete sense of the throughput for how many folks have been coming in and out of the shelter. I think it's important. And I'll save my next question for a second time on the list. Thank you.
Through the chair, so yes, to your first question, we can absolutely do that. We'll give, I'll have a summary amended to the report before we go to council with respect to what all of the reasons for discharge are, so we can see those numbers for sure. In context, I would say that 15% of the people that exit Tiffany Barton are exiting for permanent housing. And if I compared that to other sites, the women's system, for example, only 8% of people that leave for permanent housing, and less than 2.5% in the men's system. So tremendous success with respect to the number of discharges that are realizing housing.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm just going to recognize Councillor Jackson now. Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Cooper, and congrats on your first opportunity to be Deputy Mayor. I have a series of 6 questions, and this is all feedback and a theme of questions that I regularly get answered by constituents and people. And first of all, I want to say, Director Baird, this term of council, you have handled the scorching hot topic of homelessness with composure and poise and aplomb and utilizing your skills, and I sincerely commend you. Here's the series of my 6 questions, and Deputy Mayor, you tell me if I need to go back on a second time as well, please. All right. Director Baird, and thank you, Administrator, Executive Director Catherine, for your input as well. So, question 1. The media keeps regularly reporting about 2,000 approximately that are houseless and 300 approximately that are in tents somewhere in the city, even though it's illegal now to be in our neighborhood parks, fortunately. Can you please update me on that number? Is that number, is it fluid? Is it hopefully going down? I mean, you want to give a positive spin on today's story, positive messaging on today's story, and I just regularly hear reporting on the same numbers almost for the last 3 years. Through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, please.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor, and thank you for your kind comments. So right now in Hamilton, the number continues to be approximately 2,000 individuals are experiencing homelessness in our community, and of those, approximately 300 are unsheltered. And I know that that's not a decrease. However, what it is not an increase. And when we talk about the issues of homelessness across the province, and when I talked about the fact that there's 85,000 people across Ontario, that's an increase from 65,000 just 3 years ago. So the province is seeing an incredible increase at the same time that we are certainly not seeing a decrease, but we are holding steady, I would say, that we're not seeing the dramatic increase perhaps that others are, so we're thankful for that. The other piece that this shelter in particular has allowed us to have happen is every summer we see an increase in the number of people usually who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. There is some seasonality, and over the past summer we did not see that same increase. So although we didn't see a decrease, we did not see the increase we expected.
That's a fair explanation. I accept that in a positive light. Director Baird, second question. Criminality, when criminality occurs, who and how are you dealing with it? Through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, please.
We're part of the community. We tell people when they come into Barton Tiffany that you are part of this community. You have the same rights and you have the same responsibilities as other people in this community. If someone is doing something illegal and we become aware of it, then we take the steps that most of us normally would, which would be to contact police. If somebody who's living in the shelter or in fact lives in the nearby community and feels that there's been criminal activity, we encourage them and support them in reporting that to the authorities if that's their choice. It's not acceptable, it's not free rein.
Thank you, Executive Director, for your blunt response. And as a follow-up, my third question to that, dovetailing on that, how do you deal with any potential damages that are occurring to any of the units? Through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, please.
Sure. You know, when you put 80 people into a single setting, and we see this in other shelters and other programs, there can be damages, wear and tear. We have people with mobility issues. Sometimes that can impact. We have a maintenance arrangement with the city where we take care of things as they emerge. We try to be very good stewards of the city's resources that we're using to operate Barton Tiffany. I will say to you that we have not had significant maintenance issues related to people misusing the facilities.
That's very encouraging, Good Shepherd Executive Director Catherine. Thank you. Let's see, fourth question here. Who reviews the applications? Is that you and your team, Catherine? And maybe just confirm and possibly elaborate a bit, please?
I think this is one of the magic pieces about how this project came to be. Good Shepherd has members of the Barton Tiffany team who participate in a discernment process with the city's housing-focused street outreach team. So they accept expressions of interest in coming into the shelter, and they often have pre-existing relationships with those folks. And then their team and our team sits down together. We review who's there. It's about, we have to sometimes make decisions about who has the greatest need. Sometimes people are more vulnerable in the community. And there's also another piece about how you try and create a balanced community. So if you think, wow, this pairing of people in the same environment is going to make others uncomfortable, we might make another decision. But really, we try and together discern who has the highest need.
Thank you, Executive Director. How am I doing, Deputy Mayor Cooper?
Going to have to get on a second time.
Please put me down for a second time. I have two more questions. Thank you.
I'll now recognize Councillor Wang.
Thank you for your presentation today. I have a couple of questions. I think that they might be directed more to either ED Kalanaski or to Operations Manager Dean. This is a 24/7 outdoor shelter facility. Obviously, you must have a big team. So how are you supporting your team? Because some of these stories, some of the conflict, it's very hard.
You identify something that is a real concern across the entire homelessness serving sector. When we talk about this many health problems, we talk about people who are feeling very desperate and sometimes are having reactive behaviors. And when we talk about particularly suspected drug overdoses and people having to use naloxone and CPR and so on to revive people, sometimes more than once in a shift in some environments, there is a real heavy impact on people who are doing this work. They are first responders. These are first responders, except they're responding in under-resourced settings very often with crowded conditions, and are very skilled people, but not necessarily compensated, I have to say, fairly for the kind of work they do and the kind of expertise they bring to the table. I always say we don't do the work because of the tiaras and the international travel. It's not glamorous. You have to want to do it. I truly believe that. So yes, we have EAP programs at Good Shepherd that staff can access. We do regular staff supervisions. We have regular team meetings, and we also have crisis intervention and incident management responses when there's been significant incidents on site, because people can't keep doing the work unless we're taking care of them too.
Okay, thank you for that. So just as a follow-up question about that particular point, I'd like to understand your incident management and how do you do conflict resolution? Because sometimes a shelter participant may potentially get violent, or how do we, or there might be a whole bunch of different issues that might come up. So what does conflict resolution look like at the Barton Tiffany?
I would say that's as unique as the circumstances presenting, and we have a plethora of tools that we employ to manage conflict. One of the things we really encourage is that grown-ups try and sit down together and resolve conflicts together in a meaningful way, usually after a timeout. And you know, cooler heads generally do prevail. Sometimes it requires that staff become involved and have to investigate what's going on and address and make some decisions. What we are very clear about is we want to create a safe place for everyone. It's not always. People have complaints. Things don't always go right. And those are the things, I'm sure there are things that happen in the shelter that we're not aware of. We're probably aware of more than sometimes people think we are. But we will take steps there, and we will use progressive steps. We don't say, oh, 3 strikes, you're out, or you made a mistake and you're out of here and you can't come back. We really try and remediate situations, look for reconciliation. But if it comes down to cases of individual health and safety, and that's both perceived sometimes and actual safety, then we may need to discharge people.
Okay, so I have 2 more questions. My second to last, third question is, when I read the report and was talking about one of the recommendations is a better coordination of all of the different services. So I wonder if you can dig down a little bit deeper on that particular point, because you also said in your presentation there's a lot of service providers there, and you're doing really well today. However, the recommendation is to do better. So what does that mean?
So I would comment first on that by saying that this evaluation happened for the period leading up to July, I believe, and we weren't fully occupied until March. So it's a relatively small period of time, and having done program startup enough, you adjust daily. You go in with a model and an idea, but you have to tweak it daily to make it work for the environment, for the people you're serving, and so on. So I think there needed to be time for relationships to gel, for schedules to get sorted out, to figure out who needed to be there and what was useful. And I think that we have hit a fairly sweet spot. It's ongoing dialogue. The community, but no one does this work alone. So if we're not talking to each other and relying on each other's skills and expertise, we're not going to make headway.
Okay, so my last question is a build on from that, because if the recommendation is for us to have better coordination, what is the chance or the, I don't know if opportunity is the right word, scaling this, because as Director Baird has said, 300 is still visibly unsheltered and homeless in our community. So if this is a model that's working, what is the chance to scale as we are looking at lessons learned in coordination?
I think that Barton Tiffany in some way reflects lessons that we had already acquired. I look at the example of Mary's Place, which is a shelter for single homeless women. When we redeveloped that program at Good Shepherd Square, we made private rooms with private baths for people, and it changed the environment and allowed staff to focus on case management as opposed to resolving congregate living environment situations. Similarly here, beyond that, what I think is we need to start thinking about, if we're going to resolve ultimately the homelessness crisis and move somewhere near functional zero, maybe a more emergency shelter is not the answer, that sort of dogmatic adherence to that sort of model, but rather recognizing that people have resolution to their homelessness crisis over different spans of time, and that having something like bridge or transitional housing would mean that people might only need shelter for a month, and they resolve their situation, low acuity and better supports and so on, and someone else might need a long, long time to resolve. And so I think it's about being open to creating flexible models going forward that are not so siloed.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the participants here sharing this information with us. I just would like to pick up where Councillor Wang left off. If I could just go back to a basic question then, what is the role of the city vis-a-vis our shelter operators? Could you just define that for me through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor, and it dovetails nicely because I wanted to speak to this a bit in Catherine's answer. So part of when we think about how do we use our learnings here to inform how shelters function in the city, what shelters look like in the city, whether it's shelters, transitional living, or other, how does that work? So as the role of the city really is to ensure that appropriate shelters are provided, and part of that appropriateness is that the shelters meet the needs of the individuals who need to use the shelter, but also of the community more broadly. When we think about Tiffany Barton and our learnings there, and there have been lots, we're in a place right now where we have these temporary shelter beds across the city where we need to find permanent solutions to those as opposed to them being temporary forever. We also know that we're in a place where one of our larger men's shelter is in the process of relocating. And then we have Tiffany Barton, and we have a plan to exit Tiffany Barton. Originally, it was up to 3 years, and we believe that's still the right thing to do. When we look at permanent solutions, ultimately we would like to have permanent housing, but there is still a place for shelters, transitional living, et cetera, within the system. And as the funder, primarily, our role would be to work with providers and work with providers together as a collaborative table of how do we design our shelter system to reflect what we're seeing here at Tiffany Barton that actually works. When we first did this evaluation, Catherine spoke to it, it was very early on, so the successes perhaps were limited. As we're now a year in, we can realize real success and we can't lose how we arrived at those successes. So our role is really to see that that's reflected in new shelters, new transitional space, et cetera.
So just again, back to basics through the chair. The city does have a role in informing and influencing the way in which shelters look, feel, and operate. Is that the statement?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. My colleague from Ward 2, rightfully, in my opinion, was trying to elicit a response of what is this? Because at the beginning, we were told it is a shelter, it's just sort of flipped out. It's just flipped in that it's outdoors. But we have been hearing continuously before this presentation for years now, and I think confirmed at this presentation, that Edie Kalinowski said, a closed door and an individual space is the best resiliency factor that affects outcomes. If we're measuring success in the success in housing, so this has exceeded any other shelter that is presently operating in the city. This accommodates pets. This addresses collaboratively ongoing health issues. When does this council get to a position of saying, why are we continuing to fund models that are of goodwill and of good sense, but are not delivering the outcomes that this is? When does that opportunity arise? If we're saying that a locked door is important, if we're saying the capacity in place in which to store your own goods is important, if we're saying that these sorts of elements are actually the return on investment in terms of successful housing is there. I'm trying not to be flippant. Why are we continuing to do more of the same? And when is the opportunity as a funder to affect that change of difference? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So I think that we are in a moment right now where we do have some of that opportunity because we are putting together the exit strategy for Tiffany Barton. Part of the exit strategy for Tiffany Barton is also the how do we transform our shelter system or our homeless system, I would say. And that's going to be a piece by piece. It's not a full-scale change overnight. It's just cost prohibitive to do that. The other piece is that we know supportive housing continues to be the long-term solution, that shelters are a key piece of the puzzle. And when we think about what is this, is it transitional housing, is it bridge housing, is it other? The thing that it is working for this particular population. But what we do know too is that it's not one size fits all. That this is the setting that works for some folks. While I could give the example of the shelters that we have specifically for our asylum seekers work incredibly well for that particular population. And so what we're learning is that we need variety. No surprise that that's the case with housing too, but we need support. So when we talk about supports, we're talking about everything from, Catherine talked about what was successful here. We realized success because we could wrap around supports with individuals when they left the site. So they had intensive case management around them, for example. How do we find ways to increase that level of support within our shelters? For example, that's our Reaching Home budget that we get through the federal government, but it's just over $9 million a year. So we are limited with respect to the types of supports we can give people when they move into the community. So it's not just transforming the shelters alone, it's transforming the system that supports homelessness in our community.
Thank you. So you've made a number of references in your responses to an exit strategy. The report is relatively silent on that. When will we be receiving more detail? And you did again refer to up to 3 years, through the chair.
Through the chair, so originally when council approved the direction to put this temporary shelter in place, at the time it was for up to 3 years. We are also in a place that we have the temporary beds in existing shelter systems that we need to both right size and make sure we have the right amount of beds in the different sectors. We also have to exit Tiffany Barton. We continue to use a hotel to provide overflow shelter for families. Hotel not an ideal situation for families. And so all those pieces together, we are working on a plan right now within Housing Services with respect to how that transformed system will allow us to address those different pieces as well as the work that's happening in the men's system. So I suspect you'll get a plan back before the end of the year with respect to what that could look like.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll just mention to council, the speaking order is a little bit out of sync, so I'm just going to go to the way we used to do it with paper and pencil. So it works every time. I'm going to go to Councillor Pauls now. Councillor Pauls, please.
Oh, thank you. I like pen and paper too. I'm old-fashioned. It works. Thank you. Thank you for this information. First of all, right at the offset, Director Baird, you said we have 85,000 homeless people in Ontario. Did I hear that right? We have 16 million people and only 8, I'm not saying only because even 1 is not good, but it doesn't sound like, it's something that could be fixed by Ontario because it's 16 million people. Is that right? Only 16 million people and 85,000 looking for homes, or is that right? Is that?
Through the chair, so 85,000 individuals across the province are experiencing homelessness. That number is incredibly high, and it's growing at an unacceptable rate, quite frankly. 3 years ago, if I was here, I would have said that number was about 65,000 across the province. So the rate of increase with respect to people experiencing homelessness is tremendous. The other piece is that housing overall is key to people's success, and it's one of the determinants of health overall. So we certainly don't want to see 85,000 people. We don't want to see one person, really, who's experiencing homelessness.
Exactly. But I'm just thinking there's got to be a solution here, with the province, 16 million people, the percentage is 0.53. It's something that could be, achievable because we don't want one person out there. But I just was shocked it's not as much because of the crisis we're going through, housing and all that. I thought it would be a lot higher.
Through the chair, so I'd want to reiterate a couple of things. That's people that are truly experiencing homelessness. There are more people than that who are precariously housed, underhoused overall, or are in unfavorable housing conditions that they choose to stay in because they might not feel that they do have options. The other piece to your question about we should be able to solve it, we should know what the answers are. I would probably stand here and tell you that we do know what the answers are. We are talking about some of the answers here today on what allows for successful housing outcomes for individuals, but the challenge is that the funding is not there to support those outcomes in every case.
It's all about funding. And anyways, my next question is to do with just here in Hamilton. You said we have 2,000 homeless and 300 live outside. The question I get all the time is this from people that I talk to, not just my resident, say we have 2,000, and right away they think 2,000 are living outside somewhere, because not everybody, sees now where the homeless are, unless you come downtown here. And they're saying, we have 2,000. I said, no, it's only 300. Can you tell me the 2,000 homeless, where are they living?
Through the chair, so we do have just over 2,000 individuals who are experiencing homelessness in Hamilton. We have, of those 2,000, approximately just over 300 who are truly unsheltered. So the difference, that number there, people could be spending nights in shelters. They might be, so where that 2,000 number comes from, it's a count for us of people who are using services. So they might be using shelters, they might be using drop-ins, et cetera. So these people might be spending the night in their car if they have a car, or spending a night in a friend's car, and they come into a drop-in during the day to get a breakfast and a coffee. So there are 2,000 individuals across the community who are truly experiencing homelessness, many of whom might be staying in shelters and different shelters day to day. The other 300, though, they are truly unsheltered, so they're individuals who are in encampments, et cetera. I would also caution to say that they're not necessarily just in downtown. The issue of homelessness in Hamilton actually touches our whole community, and the issue of homelessness, particularly in rural areas, is one that's increasing quite rapidly, and we don't necessarily have the resources in those areas in the same way we might in other parts of the city.
Can I ask you, the 2,000, are any of them in city housing that want a bigger apartment because they have more children, or they're waiting to get into city housing? Any of those of the 2,000?
Through the chair. So the 2,000 are individuals who truly do not have a home. They don't have a house that they call home. When we talk about people that are waiting to get into city housing, it's actually waiting to get into rent geared to income housing. So that's the access to a housing wait list. Those people are not necessarily homeless. They might not have appropriate housing or the right sized housing, but the 2,000 is truly a count of people who do not have a home.
Well, that's, I'm glad we cleared that out, because people, thought maybe those are people that are waiting for rent to income. Also, out of the 21 people that we found housing, were they all with support? All of them?
Through the chair, I'll see if, yeah, so all of those individuals that are discharged from Tiffany Barton that were able to secure permanent housing were discharged with supports. They don't necessarily have supports forever. They might have supports just for a period of time, but they certainly have supports to exit homelessness into housing. Sometimes those are financial supports, rent subs, et cetera. Sometimes they had intensive case managers tied to them. So they have different types of supports, but yes, supports are critical in seeing people achieve housing.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls.
Okay, no, my time's up.
Now recognizing Councillor Tattison.
Over here. Michelle, nice to see you. Thank you for this report. I appreciated the detailed description of the needs of the residents at Barton Tiffany. And as you stated, people living homeless come to the site on a continuum of needs with a range of health, social, psychological concerns, and addictions. So some of the narrative is that there is open drug use on the site. And I heard there's support through harm reduction that you've stated, and thank you for those efforts. Now, understanding that recovering from addiction and treatment does not necessarily mean going cold turkey overnight, and for most, recovery is a path sometimes of less and less use over time with support and treatment. But for those that are struggling with addiction and those on the path recovering from addiction, is there an actual supervised safe consumption site at BT?
So I'm going to start to answer this, and I'm going to turn it over to Catherine. So through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor, and happy that I found you. I didn't see you over here. So at Tiffany Barton, I would say that it's not different than other shelters. Do people use substances? Yes, they do. And unfortunately, people use substances outside of shelters. They use substances in apartment buildings. They use substances in private homes. And it's an issue that we need to disentangle from homelessness, in that these individuals still need supports with their day-to-day housing. With respect to supervised consumption site, no, there is not one at Tiffany Barton. And I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to talk about how substances are managed.
I just wanted to say in particular that the concept of open drug use is a bit sparky. People are not sitting in common areas in the environment using substances. We really send the message that that is not acceptable. We also try not to feign being naive and assuming that people are not using, which is why we look at harm reduction. And a continuum of options, because as you so rightly point out, abstinence is not the only or even preferred option for many, many people. Really, we focus on self-care, wellness, not dying, and living to see another day is really, really important to us. We're also acutely aware that we don't want to be encouraging people to be using in the neighborhood and impacting families and individuals who are living in the neighborhood. I think there was concern expressed by some folks in that neighborhood when we moved in that there would be an increase in visible drug use in the vicinity of the shelter. I'm not aware of that. We have not had those concerns brought to us in any significant numbers. So it really is a bit of a balancing act where our first focus is people being healthy and alive and encouraging them to access the best resources to help them make the best choices for themselves.
Okay, and thank you for that. And thanks for that clarity. Would a safe consumption site help on site?
I think that there's lots of evidence to suggest that safe consumption sites make consumption safer and can reduce the number of people who are grievously harmed or even die as a result of drug use.
And is the reason for that there isn't one right now that's science-based research? Is that because of funding?
It was certainly not part of our funding package, and I'm sure, and it's a far more complicated issue than I can probably speak to here, that there's a lot of conversation provincially about safe consumption sites and what happened to them in this community and so on.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Recognizing Mayor Horvath.
Thank you. Just on that, if it's my recollection, and I'm going to ask staff to respond, the model has been banned in Ontario. Safe consumption sites are not allowed in this province. And so just in terms of information for people who might not be aware, is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, the consumption and treatment sites, that's what they were called within the province, and they are no longer allowed in the province.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't have all that much to say except for thank you. I think this was something that it was, as I think Catherine said, it was innovative. It was a response to the crisis we continue to face and that continues to grow, frankly. And I think that's really a salient point that we need to take into consideration, specifically around the fact that we've had such success. We've saved lives. I mean, that's the bottom line. Lives have been saved. And we talk about the numbers, and I appreciate Councillor Paul's trying to kind of parse out what those numbers mean. But I think it's safe to say that of the 300 people that are, around 300 people that are in encampments right now or living on the streets or on the trails, etc., that number could be as much as 413 if it weren't for Tiffany Barton. And that some of the people who have moved on to a hopeful future would not have been in that position at all were it not for this innovation. And so trying to define, what it is in terms of, is it a shelter? Is it a transitional housing? Is it supportive housing? Is it is it similar to what a Heart Hub might have been in terms of what the province was looking at to replace the safe consumption site model? Who knows? But the important piece is that we've invested in the kinds of solutions that we were also, that many councillors around the table were saying, we don't want it in our backyard. We don't want a safe consumption, we don't want a sanctioned site in our backyard. We're putting motions forward. We don't want that, I don't want it in my ward. The bottom line is, and I'm really glad this came up in the conversation, and I just want to reiterate or ask for a reiteration of the breadth of the crisis. Yes, there are visible encampments that we see in many wards across the city, but it's not just in quote unquote downtown. Can we get a sense of what we're seeing in terms of not just here in Hamilton, but what we're hearing from other municipal leaders in your field, if you don't mind, Director Baird, to get a sense of how this crisis is spreading and what we're able to provide now to colleagues and others in the field in terms of solutions that are successful.
Through the chair, so again, yes, so across the province, the issue of homelessness continues to grow. And like I said, particularly within our rural communities, which is quite concerning. When we talk to our counterparts across the province, we meet monthly with the homeless serving sector leaders, and this conversation is top of mind. We also have lots of one-off conversation on what works, what doesn't work. We have had the opportunity to talk about this particular solution with our federal partners, quite frankly, and municipalities across the country. We have been cautiously optimistic that there are successes here. It certainly was not without its challenges, but we've learned. As recently, in fact, as this week, we had another municipality come to visit us to tour, have a look at it, and have the conversations directly with the operator with respect to how are we making this work. The issue of unsheltered homelessness is particularly problematic because we had the issue here in Hamilton with respect to encampments in our parks. That's an issue that's happening across the province. We're hearing from small municipalities and large municipalities. There's encampments on city property, there's encampments on city hall properties, et cetera. And what does that solution look like? So it's certainly not just something that we're facing, it is across the province. And we have been and continue to be part of those conversations with respect to what works.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much. And so this is this again speaks to the issue of who, which order of government is at most has the best ability to provide the necessary financial resources to truly address the crisis that we're facing. And I think it's very clear that it's not municipal. And so when people say, you know, we don't want encampments in our neighborhoods. We understand that. We don't want encampments on our parks. We understand that. We don't want to see, you know, more people suffering. And we can also recall when this innovation was being discussed, there was a lot of conversation around the. Can I keep going for just a minute?
Please do.
The compassion factor was starting to wane here in Hamilton and around the province, frankly, and it's gotten worse, not better, in terms of the compassion fatigue, I think some mayors were calling it at the time. And it was happening here around our council table, let's face it. So at the end of the day, what we need to do is make sure that we are all continuing to advocate for the kinds of solutions that are working and use the evidence that we have to create that momentum going forward. I thank Councillor Wang for sending around the AMO piece that she sent around. The big city mayors continue to do this work in terms of advocacy. But I would ask the members of council who have, and we know, we hear it all the time, have the ear of certain members that sit in government right now. I certainly do my role as mayor, but we know that there are side conversations that go on, and I would ask that some of those side conversations with local MPPs include this piece around the provincial government and the federal government stepping up to help us because these folks are definitely Hamiltonians, but as has been raised, there are no borders. They're Ontarians and they're Canadians, and we are not going to see a real solution to this this ongoing crisis, including the unique situations that we tried to solve with this particular Tiffany Barton project around people with pets, people in family situations, couples that weren't able to utilize the shelter system, as well as family combinations, mom and daughter kind of thing. These are some of the specifics that we were trying to solve, and I would say that that's exactly what we've done with this project. And so I'm grateful to the Good Shepherd, grateful to Catherine, to Aaron, to all of the folks that have been a part of this project, to our own staff. Again, it's not something that was without its challenges and without its learnings, and at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. We're not here to stick our head in the sand and point a finger at someone else. We're here to actually solve problems and try to make a difference for the people of the city, and I think we have, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Next, first-time speaker up is Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, I do want to thank Catherine and all the team for the work that you're doing on site with compassion and hope and love for those residents, trying to help them transition into permanent housing. Once they have permanent housing, it's easier to get jobs, it's easier to get trade training. Very difficult to do if you don't have a fixed address. So I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, notwithstanding the animosity and all the controversy about the cost of what the project was. That has nothing to do with the work that you and Michelle have done on this site. It's absolutely amazing what you have accomplished. Deputy Mayor, may I ask either Michelle or GM Zagaric, do we know the percentage of increase in homelessness in our community in Hamilton in the last year?
Through the chair. So in our community, I don't know the actual percentage. As you know, my on-the-spot math never works out. However, this time last year, we were probably in the approximately 1,700, 1,800 individuals total experiencing homelessness. We're now at around 2,000, and we've been sort of holding there for some time. So we have been doing our utmost best to not see a significant increase.
It's challenging because province-wide, there was an 8% increase, and 80,000 people are homeless. 20,000 of them are children. If that doesn't kind of wake people up about your compassion and hope for the future, just think about 20,000 children not having a home, not having a place to go to at the end of the day, not having a place to be safe. It's very concerning. May I ask GM Zagaric, do you recall the increase in funding that we received from the province? I think it went up to 29 million, and I thought it was a 4% increase. Is my memory correct?
Through the chair, I think Michelle may have what the figures are. It was a 3-year, I believe, a 3-year commitment. I'm not sure if Michelle has the provincial.
So our provincial budget that supports homelessness, through the chair, is the Homelessness Prevention Program budget. So it's a provincial budget. We received just approximately $28 million. It's been like that for the past 3 years. Previous to that, it was at approximately $23 million, but that was coming out of COVID. And so at the time when the COVID funding ended, that's when we last saw an increase with respect to our HPP budget. So last year and the year before, despite seeing ongoing increases with respect to homelessness and increase in complexity, we have not seen an increase in budget.
And yet, province-wide, there was an 8% increase in homelessness, but there was not a corresponding increase in funding to support the homelessness from the province. The AMO report, Councillor Wang, they did an amazing job on the report on the homelessness. And if you haven't read it, you should. The projections are that by 2035, with the current conditions, the estimated number of homelessness could hit 177,000 people. And if the economy contracts, as many economists are fearing as a result of tariffs, we could hit 300,000 homeless people. If the province and the feds don't wake up, we're going to see situations like 1929 with tent cities everywhere in the province of Ontario and in the country. So while we are doing everything and you're doing everything you can on this wonderful pilot, I'm with the mayor. The municipalities can't fund all that. So we need that senior help, and we need them to come to the table with sincerity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Seeing no other first-time speakers, I'm recognizing Councillor Crutch, please.
Thank you. My last question from before was about, again, the nature of the space. I know that we say labels aren't important, but this all started off with us calling it a temporary outdoor shelter. It matters. Temporary is the first word, and it's the last question I have about here. I've been asking since day one about an exit plan. What's the exit plan?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, and it's one that we've certainly talked about and we continue to talk about. And so the exit plan for Tiffany Barton is not just an exit plan for Tiffany Barton, but rather it's an exit plan for Tiffany Barton. It's an exit plan to get us out of the hotel so we don't have families in hotels. It's also an exit plan to transform some of our other shelter sites that we have that could use some improvement. And so we still have a goal to exit Tiffany Barton. It was never meant to be temporary. It's not built in a way to be permanent, quite frankly. And so we do need to leave that site, and we need to, as much as we're having success there, we need to move that success to more permanent locations. And so that exit plan includes transforming the shelter system, finding ways to get more supportive housing in the community. We have 2 supportive housing sites in this community that are fully funded by the municipal government, and they have been successful. So how do we receive funding at different levels to continue that kind of work and find ways to get supports in existing housing? And so that strategy is exactly what I talked to Councillor Wilson to answer that question, that we will come back with a fulsome plan, and it's not just the plan to exit Tiffany Barton, but the plan to transform our system and the plan to see these successes elsewhere.
I guess I'm looking for a bit of a when. I know you can't give me a specific date today, but I think that we're already into years at this point, and I think the expectations from the community really haven't been responded to. So people have asked this question, I've asked this question, and wanting to get a sense of the timeline, because the site that we're currently on is a site where we could build permanent affordable housing right now because of the pullout of the project by the Aon Group and its current status. That's a potential future opportunity for us to put housing right there. And so just trying to understand what other sites are being explored, what the timeline looks like, and when we're going to hear back about what that looks like. Because I think until we know what's happening next, that creates a lot of anxiety, because ultimately, and if you said this, GM Mader said this, every housing professional I know has said this, is that housing is the solution, not shelter. And so if we want to get to that place of housing, we have to have a plan to exit here. So can you give me a sense of when we're going to get at least a preliminary report back on what that looks like?
Through the chair, so we will be back this year with a plan with respect to what that whole exit strategy looks like overall. I think you'll see parts of it along the way. We're coming back in April with an update on ending chronic homelessness and what we need to do to realize that in the community. And so before the end of the year, you'll have the full plan.
Okay, great. I've just asked if it's possible that we have a single report on the exit plan, because I think it's going to be a complicated conversation. I don't want it to get buried in a larger report. So as long as we have something by the end of the year, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. I'm now recognizing Councillor Jackson for a second time.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, GM Mader. I didn't see you there. Sorry.
Sorry, through the chair. I just would like to follow up and add to that. And so, Councillor Crutch, to your concern about the other uses for that site, we have been meeting actively with our counterparts in planning and economic development to ensure that that, in fact, is not holding up any of those other potential opportunities. So we are working, and they will be part of that planning when we hear back on it. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Mayor. Councillor Jackson, over to you. You have the floor now.
Are you sure?
Let me check.
Thank you.
Yes, you do.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. As a follow-up, I know, Director Baird, you said today is not the focus on the shelter system, but I'm sorry, as somebody who supported the 192 beds but did not support Tiffany Barton for reasons I'll explain tomorrow at the AF&A committee. Can you just even give me a general status of the 192 beds? Are they open? Are they available? Are they underway? Are they being utilized? Through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, please.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. So the 192 beds were all open and operational as of January 2025, and they continue to be open and operational at this time, and they're fully utilized each night.
That's great to hear. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Now recognizing Mayor Horwath for the second time as well.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I'll be brief. Just two things. One is in terms of the strategy to kind of re-envision our response to the crisis that we're in. I just want to make sure that there's clarity around the expectations in terms of what that might look like. And particularly because there's been specific questions around timelines of when will Tiffany Barton, for example, be dismantled. And so I just want to get a sense of when that report comes in terms of our strategy, whether it's interim in April or the bigger picture, whether it's whether there's, I thought you said something about by the end of the year, we should be able to provide an exit strategy. We talked about the site being approximately 3 years in terms of longevity. Just want to set some expectations around, will there be confirmation and or possible recommendations in terms of changes to that expected exit timeline at that point. What I don't want to leave here is people leaving this conversation thinking, well, at the end of the year, we're going to get how we're going to be out, by in another year's time, because by then it'll be almost 2 years that it's been up and running. And so I just want to make sure that we have an understanding of what it is that we're asking for and what it is that we can expect, so that we don't leave here with expectations that then staff can't fulfill because it's not clear. So I hope I'm being clear through you, Chair.
Through the chair. So I anticipate that you're going to see this in a staggered way. And I also anticipate that the closure is going to happen and the exit from Tiffany Barton, like our other shelters impacted, will happen in a staggered way. What we intended to come back with is a plan on how we're going to exit Tiffany Barton, but that won't happen overnight. There will be ultimately a closure date. However, we'll come to a point when, for example, we're no longer admitting folks, and so we'll use a period of time to move people along. The other piece to all of this that we can't forget is that there are lots of staffing pressures within the homeless serving system. And so in order for us to move from Tiffany Barton, in order for us to move from any other site in the city, we also need to figure out how we transition those staff successfully to other sites. And so what's going to come back here, Madam Mayor, before the end of the year, and I suspect much earlier, would be a plan on what that whole timeline looks like and what all those different pieces are and how do we get to an exit strategy.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarity. My only other kind of question is just around the potential for future use of the site. And I don't know that this is for you, but I suspect that we need to have a kind of broader conversation as a council as to what that space, which was originally, I think, put in place as a potential arena or stadium and is now and there was a plan, I think Councillor Clark many times has raised the issue of the studio vision. That vision looks like it's fallen apart. I believe that there needs to be a broader visioning kind of exercise undertaken by staff and council in terms of what that space looks like. I'm just kind of questioning whether that's something that's underway through at the staff level at this point.
Recognizing General Manager Mayor.
Through the chair to the mayor, that's exactly the conversation that we were having with planning and economic development, and that report they are also working about is looking at the whole sector of land that is there amongst the Barton Tiffany area, and the plan is for a report that part of our timing, it has to coincide with theirs, so they'll be bringing that back in conjunction with us.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm just recognizing Councillor Maureen Wilson, second.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. I appreciate the mayor's question. I think it is important for elected members to ensure that we're clear on expectations and deliverables. So I'm a little unclear now, honestly. I will repeat what I thought I heard and what I understood, and then you could please help me clarify or correct me. I thought I heard from you that there's a clear acknowledgement that the city is going to abide by its commitment that this is going to be temporary. And I heard you say a number of times the period of 3 years. I also heard you say that before year's end, does that mean before the end of this council or with a new council? That's my first question of the deliverable, of the report. And then I'll go to the content of the report, please.
Through the chair. So with respect to the first piece, yes, we are committed that it will be a temporary site and that the site will operate no longer than 3 years. That's what our desire is, and that's what we went into this with. With respect to when housing services will come back with respect to what the exit strategy is, when I said it, I did intend before the end of the calendar year, but it's a very good point with respect to when we bring that. I suspect we could bring it before the end of the term, that would make good sense, and that what's going to come back will be a plan on what that exit strategy looks like and lay out what it is. What I tried to say in answering to Madam Mayor is that it may not be that everything changes all at once, that there is a staggering of sort of staging and phasing that exit, but we are committed to having it as a temporary site at Tiffany Barton.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I see no other speakers or any other questions. So at this point, I'd like to thank you, Director Michelle Baird. I'd like to thank you, Chief Operating Officer Catherine Kalinowski, and Director Aaron Dean. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for this presentation. It created this wonderful conversation we've had, and I think it's been quite insightful. So thank you for this today. Looking at council now to say that we need to take a vote by show of hands. So all those in favor of accepting this report, this presentation, thank you. It looks unanimous. Any dissenters? No? Okay, it's unanimous. It's carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to 7.6. FCS 26018, proposed provincial regulations restricting municipal stormwater fees on farm and managed forest properties. This is citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this item on the floor? Recognizing Councillor Maureen Wilson as a mover and a seconder. Councillor Taddison, thank you. Is there any discussion on this matter? I see none, so I'll take a vote by show of hands. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, I'd like to recognize Councillor Wilson.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. Thank you for these submissions. So just so I'm clear, this will be a submission. This is a submission that has been delivered by staff on behalf of the corporation. And December 23rd is the date.
Through the chair, that's correct. And given the quick timelines, this is a common practice where staff provide a submission that's qualified, that's subject to council review and potential amendment. But again, in order to meet the timeline, staff submitted it prior to the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the content of that submission, if I could, through the chair, could I please, and I see Director Vanderperk is present today, could I please understand the relationship between stormwater management and our commitment to the watershed in general and the action plans that we have voted in favor of, through the chair?
Good morning. Thanks for the question. I'm Carrie Vanderperk, Acting Director of Hamilton Water. Through the chair, there is certainly a relationship between the stormwater fee that is being, that was proposed and the programming around it that's being accepted, related to the work that needs to be done in order to delist Hamilton Harbor, and particularly around the rural community. There's certainly inputs that come from the rural community through the watershed and impact the harbor. It's very well documented through the Hamilton Harbor Remedial Action Plan that there are inputs that come from rural properties that do impact Hamilton Harbor. So we have various programming within watershed management in order to manage the non-point sources, as we call them, throughout the watershed over the next 10 years that have been approved by council recently.
Thank you for that clarification, because I thought I heard some suggestion that there is negligible or no impact from rural properties and the work or non-work that goes on there, that there is an impact downstream that could affect our capacity to meet our obligations under the remedial action plan. In the submission to the province, it does reference equity considerations. I thought I heard some voices in the past on the debate that the stormwater management fee would result in rural property owners contributing when in fact they don't receive any investment from the city in return. If I could ask through the chair to clarify, please, the kind of investments that all ratepayers are contributing and investing in rural property work, through the chair.
Through the chair, there are certainly investments that are made throughout the city, both on the rural and urban side. So culvert replacement, culvert maintenance, stormwater pond maintenance, as well as capital improvements for stormwater ponds throughout the city, both on the rural and urban side. There's also water courses that the city maintains that are owned by the city, as well as conservation authorities that we do contribute to funding for. And then also the several kilometers of ditches that the city maintains throughout both the rural and urban communities.
Thank you. So if I'm tallying up the submission under equity, all taxpayers are contributing and investing rightfully so about $9 million in the rural area for the purpose of attending to stormwater issues. The submission also, if I can correctly understand it, states that if the province moves forward with implementing its regulations, there would be a shift in cost more so onto urban areas. Could you unpack that for me, either to you, Director Vanderperk, or to Director Pereira? I'll leave it to whomever wishes to respond. Thank you.
Good morning, and through the chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. Through the exemption process where particular property classes that the province has proposed could be exempted, our analysis with the consultant indicates that there would be a 1.2 million impact as far as foregone revenue that we would have received from these potentially exempt classes. And by virtue of that, in order to remain whole, we would need to pass on that cost to the remaining remaining utility providers in the city. That cost is attributed to about $3.65 annually.
Thank you. If I could go on a second time, I realize my time is.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you.
I'm now recognizing Councillor Kassar.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cooper. Just to build on Councillor Wilson's question, just wanted to illuminate for the public, if staff could, on the 1.2 million was spoken to lost revenue. If you could compare that to the costs that the report speaks to that are expected to be incurred in the rural area in 2026, and just fill in those details, please, whoever is appropriate to do that.
Through the chair, there are some nuances that we can't calculate for between rural and urban. So unfortunately, the way that our system is set up right now, there isn't a delineation between the costs that are incurred on the rural side for stormwater services versus the urban side, if that's what you're after. But the totals are for all of stormwater services throughout the city.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to understand and clarify from the report is if the $1.2 million is not paid by the exempt classes in the rural area, how much is the cost that the city incurs greater or less than that number? Trying to understand the parity of users paying for what services they're getting.
Okay, I'll pass that on to Clayton if you don't mind, please.
Through the chair. So just to make sure I understood the question, so the question is in reference to the 1.2 million, and if that is taken away, what that impact translates to?
Yeah, no, to clarify, just trying to understand the equation of cost and benefit in the rural area. So the city invests money to maintain as culverts and all those other things that are mentioned, and trying to understand that cost that the city invests in that versus the revenue received from that area.
Through the chair, the total impact that we're seeing here, firstly, is over and above the total stormwater cost the city would have to undertake, as alluded by Director Vanderpark. There's a total cost of about $9 million for 2026. By virtue of this potential exemption, that $9 million now will be spread over a smaller subset. So mathematically, what this means is that essentially the numerator remains the same, but the denominator is now shrinking. And while we'll still continue to provide those same services as identified in the capital projects for 2026, for us to recover the entire cost, that just means those that are non-exempt will pay the higher share. Again, as mentioned, this works out to about just under $4.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, I think the overall stormwater budget for the city for 2026 is north of $40 million. And this $8.8 million is being talked about is in the rural area and some of it in the urban area. But I think that what Director Vanderbroek said is there's a split there. But the total stormwater budget is not 8.8 million for the city. It's north of 40, if I get just confirmation of that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. So in Appendix B, there's reference to just the portion that is specific to the rural communities. But you're correct. The total cost for the program is much larger.
Right. Okay. So I think the point I just wanted to have illuminated here is there is cost in the rural area. It may not be exact, but it wouldn't be paid for by the rural community. It may not be entirely be paid for today, and less would be paid for if this $1.2 million exemption happens. I think, is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was understood. And the second question, Deputy Mayor, just through you, is one of the challenges identified in the submission was this ability to identify a direct connection or not. And that sounded like it was not very easy to do and could incur further costs for the city. So if staff could just elaborate on that, because I thought that was an important point.
Through the chair, yes, the province has indicated that direct connection would be required in order to continue to charge for stormwater fees for rural areas or agricultural farming properties. This isn't something that's necessarily obvious and doesn't exist in a lot of properties. There may not be an actual pipe that exists between a property and our infrastructure. But it doesn't mean that the property doesn't have an impact, so to speak, on the watershed around it. And that's really what we're referring to in our submission to the province.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Deputy
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Recognizing Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. I'm not going to support the staff report that they sent in. I regret this council's decision not to consult the public back in June 28th of 2023 when I moved a motion to defer to consult the public. They would have heard from the rural residents the actual costs that they incur to provide their own water, thousands of dollars in a year for drinking water. They would have heard about their own septic systems that they must maintain. They would have heard that their farm absorbs the vast amount of storm water. It's gold to a farm. And many of them have their own ponds that they have runoff in to collect that water, clay-based ponds, and then they pump it in for irrigation. At the time we raised, Councillor Tattison raised that MPP Skelly was moving this resolution, and we ignored it. Then we approved it, and there was an uproar, and so then we consulted on credits to minimize the impact on farmers. But we never consulted them on how stormwater impacts their farm, what they do with it, and where it goes. So it's frustrating. They pay very high property taxes. They get general services, fire, police, ambulance, street lights, roads, culverts, and snow removal and garbage. On the culvert side, unless something has changed, it's very rare to see the city proactively digging out culverts in my ward, and that's coming right from the residents who live up there. They don't see it. They complain to my office because the culverts have been filled in and now they're overflowing because there's not enough depth to those culverts. So again, had we simply slowed down, had we simply given 30 days for consultation, we would have heard all of these impacts, and we now wouldn't be chasing our tail trying to stop the province from exempting the rural areas, because we would have consulted the rural areas. So I remain opposed. I'm going to oppose this. The report was well written. I appreciate staff's perspective on it, but I simply don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And just on a point of clarity here, this would normally be a show of hands. Are you asking us to do a recorded vote on this one? Yes, sir. Okay, we will. We will. Next up is Councillor Jackson. Over to you, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks so much, Deputy Mayor Cooper. Following on the excellent comments of Councillor Clark, I've said before, I'll say it again, when you have rushed legislation, it usually results in not anticipating the downside of rushed legislation. And that's what happened in June of 2023 with the rain tax. The new era, the majority of the new council decided it was something that we had to do in the sake of equity, which I find very ironic that a number of members of this new council are very forceful and fierceful in supporting the rural community, the agricultural community, in terms of urban boundary expansion, all for the sake of equity. And yet here we are, the ministry is going to move, in all likelihood, to prohibit any regulations that impose a stormwater fee on farms with no direct connection to the storm sewer system of our city. So, Deputy Mayor Cooper, this all with much greater prudence and care and taking time would have resulted in much better legislation. And I've been opposed to the rain tax from the get-go, all because it morphed into something much, much, much greater than it was ever intended to be, but all for the sake supposedly of equity. So I'll be opposing this report as well. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Just recognizing first-time speaker, Councillor Tattison, please.
Sorry. I do disagree with some of the narrative today. My stance is that there's over $1 billion in positive economic impacts on the city of Hamilton directly from our agribusiness section and our agritourism sections coming from the rural areas. So I believe that farmers actually do pay some extra taxes. That's my opinion, that were never factored into the equation in the first place regarding equity. So my question to staff is, was that $1 billion economic positive impact on our city, was that amount ever considered in the dollars and amounts being used to determine that rural people are not paying their fair share of stormwater taxes?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. The stormwater fee was, the methodology, it was a user fee, and it reflected the cost of providing stormwater management. There wasn't consideration of discounts or exemptions across various sectors. Where there were credits, it was with respect to land cover and land, as well as receiving body around Hamilton Harbor. But I don't believe there was consideration for credits based on economic activity that sector particularly provided. Again, it is a user fee, and that was the basis for the methodology.
And again, thank you for that answer. That provides much clarity for me. And again, I will not be supporting this, even though I appreciate the efforts to bring this report forward to us today.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. I'm now recognizing first-time speaker Mayor Horwath.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I have just a question to staff, and it's really due to my kind of lack of time spent at this council table, a couple of years now. For how long has this municipality been grappling with the issue of stormwater management fees and the possibility of moving to that model?
Through the chair, the mayor's challenging memory. It has been some time. I don't know if it goes back as far as 2008 and 2009, potentially.
And I ask that because this is something that the former mayor flagged for me when this conversation was in front of us, is that this conversation has been ongoing for well over a decade with much participation by community members from all aspects of our city. And so I just wanted to put that on the record because there's a sense that in fact this is brand new and it got rushed through. And I would just submit respectfully that in fact history shows that this discussion has been ongoing in this community since at least 2008 and perhaps even prior to that. And I was not privy to any of those conversations, and I'm very happy to acknowledge and admit that. But I do want to make sure that folks are aware that this is not brand new, and it wasn't something that just got thrown on the table. It's something that in fact has been a live discussion, debate, consideration, and I respect the decisions that have been made thus far in regards to how many times this has come up for various councils. Totally respect that. That's the purview of those councils, and that's the purview of this council. And again, respect the decisions that get made, but don't want to leave the conversation in such a place that it's inaccurate. That it's just to clarify the accuracy of the length of time this discussion has been happening here in the city of Hamilton around stormwater management fees. Thanks very much. Appreciate that, Deputy Mayor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. First-time speaker, Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute. Just picking up on the mayor's comments, it's important to acknowledge that we got into this initially as a result of the province raising issues around asset management and the processes around that. Different municipalities have decided to handle this in different ways. As members of the Horseshoe will recall, both the Minister of Agriculture and the Director of Environment Hamilton communicated with Council, urging that consideration be given to exempting working farms. In addition to that, post the remarks of Councillor Clark about the lack of appropriate consultation, when that consultation occurred, it became clear that those who weren't on piped water and from the city and operating with a septic system were being inequitably assessed a potential charge, which led eventually to the council passing a motion, I think in light of the provincial initiative, to delay any implementation until 2027. The mayor has spoken about respect, and I appreciate that. The province has indicated that they want to take a look at this, and there'll be a number of presentations made to them, and I think in the fullness of time, the wisdom or folly of various initiatives will be highlighted. I will not support the presentation as such either. I think this has been to those I'm privileged to represent, particularly in the rural area, is seen as an example of something that was rushed and frankly didn't make a lot of sense right from the get-go. So I'm with Clark, Tatis, and Jackson, and other people who will, notwithstanding some disagreements around the horseshoe, continue to monitor in relation to the province the feasibility of necessary exemptions in the name of equity. The original principles were to be simple, fair, and equitable. What eventually happened seemed simple, but in my considered and humble opinion, was not fair nor equitable for some of the reasons that my colleagues around the horseshoe have noted. Appreciate the opportunity to make those comments. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Recognizing as a first-time speaker, Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Same year, different debate. No, I've got that backwards. Same debate, different year. The foundation of this program continues to erode. That's my opinion. But I prefer to stay in fact, and these are fine. People can dispute the facts that I would present, but I would present them as follows. Consultation with the rural community was done after the rushed approval of this program, and I defined a rushed approval as debating this at a special GIC and immediately ratifying this at a special council, despite the pleas of rural councillors to wait until the consultation, and I believe the subcommittee met the very next day. This was also initially proposed as a zero-sum transition. I believe that to be a fact. Current water users would see a decrease in their water and sewer rate in an identical manner to the increase in the new fee. That was spoken in this chamber. I would also suggest as a fact that we rallied after the fact to create a substantial rebate for farms and agricultural users, and that happened after the consultation with the rural community, which happened after we had already implemented this new program. It's also worth noting, I believe, that the offset to the rebates means additional cost to other users. It ends up being one comes down, one comes up. I believe that to be a fact. I believe it also is a fact that we failed to understand the consequence on our local school boards to absorb over $1 million in new fees when their funding model is based on a per student model that essentially takes money out of the classroom and puts it down the drain, I think is a quote. I think we also can say it as a fact that we wisely postponed the implementation of the program because we have uncertainty about the new billing system, which is transitioning from Electra to an in-house program. And there's been some bumps along the way. I think it's also a fact that new costs for our local industrial sector are going to be absorbed through the implementation of this program. And these are steel processors and advanced manufacturing companies. I can only speak to my ward chair, but some of them speaking to me are facing $40,000, $50,000 in new fees in this time of a sagging economy and uncertain trade environment. And now this, on top of that, which essentially is more offsetting that goes against the residential ratepayer. And I come back to, and I think it was Councillor Jackson that may have mentioned this, the original concept of this, as I understand it, and I could get on board with it, and I use, again, I don't want to pick on Costco in my community, but they're there and they have a giant parking lot. And as the current system is set up, they pay very little into the system to maintain the stormwater that they produce, and they produce a lot of stormwater. So that concept is not unsupportable, but what it's turned into has really gone far beyond that. And it's just, it feels like a monster we've lost control of. I would hope, and I don't have a question, it's just a comment on this, Chair, that either this council or next council would take the time to reconfigure this in a more fair and equitable way that lessens the impact on some of the user groups that I've spoken to here. I have no doubt that others will come out and possibly refute some of the comments that I've made, but I stand behind that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Recognizing Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeking some clarification first on page 5 of Appendix B. It states the City of Hamilton's analysis of the stormwater fee and credit program shows that 1,597 greenhouses, farms with residences, and orchards are receiving the green space credit. There are 808 greenhouses, farms with residences, and orchards paying $0 for the stormwater fee because there is limited impervious surface on site. I just want to make sure I have the context of that paragraph correct. Is this statement post the stormwater fee management program as originally conceived of and voted in favor of by this council? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, you're correct. It's the green space credit that was applied through the approval of council.
So 1,597 rural property owners are not paying any stormwater fee. Okay, in this program. Thank you. I'd like to go back at the top of the agenda. We had a very brief discussion about our credit rating, and GM Zegeric stated that one of the things that could possibly impact it in the future, negatively assuming, are the infrastructure requirements. And those infrastructure requirements affect credit ratings. And I am thinking, I'm getting to a question here, a point that actually my colleague, Councillor Pauls, raised when we were having a discussion at one point. And it's put before us every single year, where we see the consumption of water over the last decade is actually flatlined. And I think Councillor Pauls' question was, how is it possible that as our population is growing, our water consumption is actually maintaining steady? And the response, if I understood it, was we are becoming much more attuned to energy efficiency, but the consequence of that is that our revenues to pay for both an aging structure and growth requirements, we're in a bit of a bind here. Could I get some confirmation that that narrative, my introductory narrative for my next question, is correct?
Through the chair, I'll start with respect to infrastructure being a factor as it relates to credit rating. Yes, for any mature municipalities that are who are facing an infrastructure deficit and may be looking at additional requirement for debt to service the infrastructure exclusive of any funding that municipalities may receive from senior levels of government. With respect to conservation, conservation does have an impact in terms of our total revenues. I will caveat in 2008-9 when we saw the adjustment from the financial meltdown 2008-9. As an example, we saw a 20% reduction in our large industrial sector. And so the large industrial sector took the opportunity during the downturn to do efficiencies and leak detection. And so the benefit of at that time was the municipality, City of Hamilton, was looking at an expansion of the wastewater treatment plant, and we were able to defer the timing of that expansion. So yes, it impacts revenue. Sometimes there's a benefit if it coincides with the ability to react and defer capital programs. But as it relates to any changes in plumbing code, regulatory changes, it does impact the municipality's revenues.
Okay, thank you. So, and The next part of my question then is, here's the scenario that's always been painted for me, is we have pretty strict provincial regulations informing and overseeing matters of water quality, which is potable water. But what's absent from this are regulations informing stormwater output, really. And as a consequence, what municipal councils are doing is they're not receiving those infrastructure investment dollars from senior orders of government. So in order to try and manage this not growing pie of incoming revenues in relation to water usage and the like, they're having to put their investments primarily into the water system. And what's happened over the last 25 years, and we have had from previous directors of Hamilton Water shown the severity of deficit facing our stormwater system. That is the piece of the pie that always kind of gets left off the dining room table, in that we're not investing in that. Is that correct? Through Mr. GM Zegeric, through the chair, through GM Zegeric.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. And I would add to that as well that certainly we see potable water usage being conserved across the city. But also with climate change, we see an increase of stormwater that needs to be managed within our system.
Thank you. So in conclusion, Chair, if you're interested, the New York Times does a deep dive into what are the 5 alarm fires going on with respect to climate change, and it is water, 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 fire, water, water, water. And that is going to affect our residents and our business and our insurance rates. And we've just taken off the table now, for I don't know how long, a capacity for us to steadily invest in one of those elements was directly related to flood mitigation and the integrity of our marshes and our urban creeks. And as a member of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, I absolutely know that every single action that we do as humans has a downward effect, and rural property operations affects the integrity of our creeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Now recognizing Councillor Clark for a second time. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. And to be clear, rural properties may impact what's going in the creek. Many, many of our farmers have adopted processes that really protect the natural system, and they are stewards of our lands. And to the mayor's point, and I think it was Jan Zegeric, it was actually 3 terms before this one that considered the rain tax and voted it down. This council came in and chose not to consult the public. We did it significantly. There was a motion to consult, and this council rejected it unanimously. Or, let me rephrase that. It wasn't unanimously. The majority rejected it because we wanted to consult the farmers before we did it and consult the public before we did it to hear from them. But we didn't do that. And that's how we got into the hot water. And I'd also just bring to everyone's attention page 3 of 5 on Appendix B. It indicates that the storm water fee is going to go up 10% a year. 10% a year. So if you want to understand why the farming community rose up en masse and contacted the MPPs arguing for assistance, we did it to ourselves. We did it to ourselves. We didn't bring them into the conversation. We ignored them. They went to the province. That's why this is happening.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Seeing no more speakers, I'll just look around the horseshoe one more time. Anyone? Nope. Oh, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a recorded vote on this to receive it, yes.
This is simply to receive, Chair.
Yes. Just waiting for you, Councilor McMeekin.
To receive.
Yep. Thumbs up. Okay, so it looks like the receiving motion failed on an 8-7 vote. So now on to, we're going to do a couple more, just receive some minutes in section 8 here, down to 8.2, and then we'll have lunch. So item 8, items of consideration. 8.1, West Harbor Development Subcommittee Minutes, WHDC 25-002, December 12th, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Crutch, second by Councillor Spatafora. The items on the floor, any discussion? Councillor Nant? No? You okay? Oh, good. Okay, so this is going to be electronic vote. Votes up. Okay.
Councillor Francis, are you able to vote? Jackson?
Thumbs up, Councillor Francis.
Thank you, and Councillor McMeekin.
Councillor McMeekin? Oops.
I'm not clear what we're voting on, Chair.
We're voting on the minutes, subcommittee minutes for the West Harbor Development from December 12th. Yeah, thumbs
I'm in
up.
favor.
Thank you,
Yes, thanks.
Councillor McMeekin. Okay. Okay, that carries? Okay, unanimously. There we go. Next item up is 8.2, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, HWDSB Liaison Committee minutes, PBLC 25-004, December 11th, 2025. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Beatty, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Floor is open for discussion. Any discussion on the minutes at all? Yep, oh, there is. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, you're up first, please.
Thank you, and thanks to the committee referencing the delegation that was heard, and just wondering through staff if there's follow-up looking at who's on the bench, and okay if it happens offline, but just my understanding is there's a report back to the next subcommittee meeting. Another sport user group in Dundas also reached out to recreation staff about a different potential for this. And so I'm just wondering if there can be a bit of a process answer. And if we don't have the right folks from Rec or Healthy Safe Communities here, I can maybe take that offline and share something at council or something like that. But just wanting to make sure we have two different requests from two different groups coming in two different ways about the same space, and just making sure that the best things for the community get handled in that outcome as we're evaluating potential. Oh, and I see Director Sabor online.
My apologies, through the chair. Steve Savor, Acting Director of Recreation. Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. So in terms of the report back, we will be working with our colleagues in public works, environmental services, as they are partner in this project, and also taking a look at the requests that have come through this delegation, and also taking a look at how this impacts is linked to our recreation master plan and implementation strategy, and some of those aspects of requests from the community as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, just one follow-up on that, and I'll take the rest offline, but just making sure I understand what's coming forward at the next school board subcommittee. Will that be very specific reporting back on this request, I imagine, but wouldn't necessarily consider other requests? And so could you just maybe at a high level map through the steps? So there's existing requests that have come into recreation for partnership. There's this request that's come in. They're all great requests. I don't think that's the conversation. It'll be about what's feasible, what best serves the community, what aligns with the recreation master plan, what is a funding source. Those will be some of the determining factors as we move forward. What does the process look, and what's the timeline like for having these conversations?
Through the Deputy Mayor, this is definitely a question that really speaks to the specific asset that is at that particular facility. So the report back will be specific to that asset. However, in terms of being really respective of what we need from a recreation perspective in terms of our assets. We do need to contemplate all the other aspects that are that really relate to provision of recreation amenities within the city. But specifically, we will be reporting back on this particular asset that really is the focus from the delegation that was there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Now recognizing Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just to note, there's an administrative error in the minutes. Items for consideration 8.1, which are amendments to the OBL of the committee, list myself and Councillor Jackson as the mover and seconder. Neither of us serve on the committee. I understand the error has been adjusted and will be reflected in the council public documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Now recognizing Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you as the co-chair of the liaison committee, I just wanted to kind of add on to the question, I think, from Councillor Alex Wilson with regards to the DVSS report back, and I'd be happy to align, with a fulsome report, and I'll reach out to yourself and to Director Savor to ensure that we don't end up having a lopsided conversation at liaison committee when this comes back. I think having full package of information to discuss would be appropriate. So we'll make sure that that happens at the appropriate time. And I see my colleague from the liaison committee, Councillor Tattison, nodding his head. We'll ensure that happens, but we'll reach out.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beattie. So we'll move to our electronic vote, please. Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. We got thumbs up. Okay, carries unanimously. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch now. We'll start back up at 1 o'clock on item 8.3. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're 1 o'clock. We're all ready to go. We have quorum. So we're on 8.3. PED 26025, amendments to the Safe Apartment Buildings Bylaw number 24-054, and a bylaw to license and regulate various businesses 07-170 and citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion on this item? I have a speakers list here, so let me begin with Councillor Jackson. The floor is yours, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Cooper. Is Acting Director Smith there? You're always in the bleachers, Acting Director Smith, but that's okay. Good to see you. Can I just ask, as my colleagues may recall, about a year ago at this time during the 25 budget session, I had brought an amendment forward that unfortunately failed. Even though I support, and I did support, the Safe Apartment Bylaw, that I had asked about a pause on either an additional 12 to 14 new FTEs to see, in light of how the first 10 FTEs, the effectiveness of the first 10 FTEs, both with this bylaw and the other bylaw as well. So through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, if Acting Director Smith can tell me, is this at all including those additional FTEs? Just give me some status as to what's here before us, including the FTEs. Through you, Deputy Mayor Cooper, please.
Thank you. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Councillor, thank you for your question. So what's before you is asking council direction to include amendments to these bylaws that were previously approved, but due to an administrative error weren't added when the bylaw was approved. So we're asking council direction to add these amendments back into the bylaw. It doesn't impact any of the staffing currently in place.
Okay, so more, if you will, of some housekeeping correction. Acting Director Smith, is that what I heard?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, I'm satisfied to continue this important work moving forward. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'm now recognizing Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to Director Smith, if I could, through you. The delegate this morning had brought forward a recommendation about addressing some conflicting definitions around multiple dwelling and the alignment between 6 and more, 5 and more, 4 and more. So if I could just hear from staff in terms of being able to bring that alignment between the program as we're making these amendments, could that also be amended so that the programs could be consistent between the licensing program and the Safe Apartments program? Thank you.
Through the chair, Councillor, thank you. Yes, I'll start by saying Delegate did a very good job of explaining his concern and clarity around that. I think the amendment, should council wish to adopt it as brought forward by the delegate, wouldn't be a problem. We would be able to certainly incorporate that if that clarity is required and it's felt that clarity is needed. The original purpose of that was there was a gap when we initially had the rental housing licensing program established as a pilot for 4 units or less. And then when the Safe Apartments bylaw was adopted and introduced, it was 6 or more. We had a gap where a unit or a building with 5 wasn't captured by either. So we made this change in the amendment so that we removed that gap. And if the clarity in the definition is needed as per the delegate's request, then that would be fine with me.
Thank you. And so if I could just get clarity, Deputy Mayor, then the changes would be in reflection to the Safe Apartments bylaw, or would the changes be specific to the rental licensing program? Or would we essentially move forward as a municipality having the same definition between the two in order to clarify that the Safe Apartments bylaw is for those multi-dwelling units of 6 units and more, and then what?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So it would only be to amend the licensing bylaw and Schedule 31 within the licensing bylaw. And it would then align the licensing bylaw with the Safe Apartments bylaw, so the gap is removed.
Perfect. So Deputy Mayor, it sounds like we don't need to do any motions or amendments, that staff can take that take that away and have it ready for ratification at council?
Through the chair, we can.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks very much. As always, thank you so much for the highlighted version, just so we can see what changes are being made to the bylaw. So it's really appreciated by me. That hasn't always been the case here in terms of track changes and highlighted versions. So I always appreciate when we see them. Makes it a lot clearer and easier to see. I also want to just briefly flag how much I appreciate making sure this is in there. People may think this is a non-issue or something that doesn't come up often or who cares, but when it does, and when landlords do restrict access to mailboxes to tenants, it's extremely impactful to them. Some people rely on mail and rely on important mail coming in, especially checks and other kinds of things to come in. And I've seen situations, unfortunately, in Ward 2, also in Ward 3, where landlords have taken extreme measures to restrict access to mailboxes for tenants. And it's had a detrimental and devastating impact to them. So I'm really grateful it's here. I continue to be grateful for all the work we're doing for tenants in terms of updating our bylaws and making sure they're more reactive, and all the support we need to do this. There are like 200 plus buildings in Ward 2 alone that are apartments or condominiums where there are tenants living in them. 200,000 people in our city are tenants citywide, and we simply don't have and have never had anything close to enough support to be able to address the issues that they raise with us. And so this continues to be an area of focus for me, and I appreciate you amending the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. We're now going to move to an electronic vote to approve the recommendations. You'll see it up on your screen shortly.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, I've canceled the vote. I just want some clarification, if you don't mind, Dan. I apologize. So the recommendations are to approve Appendix B as attached. So was the intention that Appendix B was going to go to this coming council to be ratified? That was my understanding.
Yes, through the chair, that is my understanding as well.
So if we're going to amend Appendix B, we should do it today so that the correct version goes to council to be ratified, if that's agreeable to committee. So if one of the councillors wants to move the amendments that were proposed by the delegate, I can work offline after committee to determine what those amendments were.
Okay.
If that works. If not, if we're putting it forward as is, that's fine. But I just think it would be easier to amend the appendix today than to take it to council, amend it there, and then change it for the bills list
So
there.
we do have a mover and a seconder.
Okay.
Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. So
Okay,
we can put it up for a vote.
So this would be on the amendments to Appendix B, to amend Appendix B. So I've put that vote up. Sorry, everyone, that I should have stopped that sooner.
Thumbs up, yep. Francis from thumbs up. Mayor Horvath, thumbs up.
Are you able to vote? That's okay.
Okay, it's passed unanimously, 14-0. So then we'll vote on the motion as amended. Okay? And that's up right now for a vote. Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up. Councillor Francis, thumbs up. Okay, 14-0 there. We got another unanimous vote, so that's wonderful. Okay, we'll move on to 8.4, Business Improvements Area Subcommittee Minutes, BIAC 25-011, December 16, 2025. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's move to electronic vote on this, please. Okay, thumbs up by Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up by Councillor Francis. Okay. Okay, that's carried as well, unanimous vote. 8.5, FCS 26008, transfer payments and grants implementation plan on the outstanding business list item is citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder? Okay. Moved by Councillor Wang, second by Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion on this particular item? No? Seeing none? Okay, we'll go to electronic vote. Okay, thumbs up by Councillor Francis and Councillor McMeekin. Okay, another unanimous vote, carried. Now we're on to 8.6, HSC 26008, Federal Veteran Homeless Program Funding, citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Wang, second by Councillor Kretsch. It's now on the floor. Is there any discussion? I have Councillor Wang. Councillor Wang, let me just get you, there we go. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Very supportive of this direction to receive federal funds. How do we account for these funds? So I know that it kind of gets rolled into a lot of our different programs. I'm just trying to understand just publicly, how do we actually like refer back, or how do we talk about these sort of things? So that's, just give us a little more if you could.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So this is a new funding envelope for us in Hamilton. So it's up to $750,000 over a 3-year period to end veterans' homelessness within the city. Like we talked about this morning, we do know what the solutions. So this actually provides funding for targeted supports to address veterans' homelessness. In Hamilton, there's about 24 individuals experiencing homelessness who are veterans. This funding is a separate funding pot from our other federal funding, which would be Reaching Home, for example. So it would be a separate funding envelope and tracked separately.
So my follow-up question through you, Deputy Mayor, is we've had some understanding, not only have we talked about the 24 veterans that are currently experiencing homelessness, and we know them because they've gone through our system, they're on our lists, but what about the, how do we talk about this beyond them getting through our system? Because we know that there's a lot of hidden homelessness, especially within the veteran community. We also know that there are certain organizations that are looking at potentially creating housing, affordable housing opportunities specific to veterans. So how do we potentially like allocate some of these dollars towards those types of programs, just to ensure that we're actually building up those viability of those programs?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's a great question in that. And so we're making sure that we're tying this to those applications that are coming in through the Housing Secretariat on those opportunities. We're making sure that we're tying that together.
Excellent. Last question is, as this is a new program, are we able to provide feedback and ask for opportunities to continue to stack or ask for more dollars? Because with some of these potential new affordable housing for veterans, it's $750,000, although it sounds like a lot today, it's actually not a lot, because if we know that for every one new unit's $500,000, so we're only looking at 1.25 of a unit with the 70 or 1.5 units, just 1.5 unit brand new. So how do we build more?
So through the chair, we will be in the exact same way I said that we'll tie it together with the work of the Secretariat and all those other opportunities through CMHC or Build Canada or whatever those opportunities might be. We're going to make sure that we add that all together.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Next, Mayor Horwath, floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Cooper. My understanding is that the money or the funding is for a case manager to specifically focus on veterans, homeless veterans. Is that the case?
Through the chair. Yes, thank you for the question. So this funding is actually for the supports, to support individuals who are veterans and experiencing homelessness. So it will be integrated with our existing our intensive case management program that we run through Reaching Home. So this will provide for a case manager, for some rent supplements, wraparound supports to see people successfully housed within their units. And so at this point, it is up to $750,000 over those 3 fiscal years. However, we have been working closely with our federal partners as well as Veterans Affairs Canada with respect to what this looks like. We are well situated to use this money, use it effectively, and we can, of course, report back positively with respect to the outcomes.
No, thanks. I appreciate that kind of the broader mandate of how those funds will be used. It's extremely important. I know that the report talks about, and I think it was already mentioned, the number of veterans who are self-identifying as veterans who are homeless. I don't know what we're doing or if there's anything we can be doing to ensure that we're reaching out further than those veterans who self-identify as being homeless. And I say that because it's difficult for people who are facing those kinds of situations to be open about it. I mean, it's not something that people like to talk about, I would say. And I would say veterans particularly are folks who we owe a great deal of gratitude to and need to meet them where they are in terms of providing potential supports. And so I just wonder if there's been any I get Veterans Affairs, and that's really important and great, and the federal government, et cetera. But we have lots of legions in Hamilton. There's networks of relationships that exist within the veterans communities. And I don't know whether this might be utilized in some way to reach out. I suspect, my guess would be that there are far more than 24 homeless veterans in the city of Hamilton at this moment in time. And so anything that we can do in terms of reaching out, creating pathways to folks who might not be self-identified as homeless veterans at this point in time would be something I would seriously be interested in seeing. I think that we have an obligation. I'm really proud of some of the work that's been done in different parts of our city in terms of honoring veterans, certainly on Remembrance Day, et cetera, and through visual memorials, painting of sidewalks, et cetera, or crosswalks, et cetera. But housing is a basic human right, and veterans' activities by definition have been protecting the human rights that we value here in Canada. And by extrapolation, I think that we need to do more to reach out to see what we can do further to support veterans who are either literally in encampments on the streets homeless or in other ways engaged in our homelessness serving networks. So I don't know whether there's any way to kind of come back with something that helps us to reach out more broadly to veterans who potentially might need supports in terms of their housing needs. And
we can take that as through the chair, I apologize. We can take that as direction and do a report back then about how we are looking at engagement opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Councillor Clark, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. Just one question in terms of accountability. Federal funding historically comes with a whole bunch of responsibilities and obligations on the grant recipient. So as we build this program, we are going to be tracking exactly what we're doing with the $750,000 or $250,000 a year for 3 years. Where's the money being spent?
Through the chair, yes. So it's very similar to our Reaching Home program that has accountabilities built in, and we have ongoing reporting requirements, and we need to demonstrate outcomes and work underway from a process perspective. It's very similar. So we will be reporting back to our federal funders with respect to how the money is being spent and the outcomes achieved.
Thank you. And the second question, Deputy Mayor Cooper. Is the federal government and the city of Hamilton on the same page in terms of how they're defining a veteran homeless? Is it someone who's on the streets, in encampments, in shelters, couch surfing, as the mayor stated? Just want to make sure that we're capturing not only the right number as per what the mayor has asked, but that the federal government has the same expectation as us.
Through the chair, yes. So the number that we use here is the numbers of individuals we have within our by name list. So these are individuals self-identifying. They could be in shelters, they could be in encampments. They're really wherever they are that they're touching our system. The federal government identifies the definition of veterans, but for us it is anyone that is self-identified. And we have been working with obviously our federal partners, and we are in agreement with respect to who we're targeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Recognizing Councillor McMeekin. Councillor McMeekin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just on the issue of veteran housing, point of reference could very well be the 2015 Canada Count study in Hamilton, which indicated that of all the demographically identifiable groups, veterans were the number one group in terms of numbers on the homeless front. And as the staff person has referred, that includes shelters and all the traditional measurements of homelessness. So very serious. I don't know whether it's increased or declined since then. It's almost a decade since that's happened. The previous mayor spoke on a couple of public occasions about a group called Homes for Heroes, which is an outreach charity group that has a really good reputation, particularly out of the province of Alberta, but a desire to come into other provinces, including Ontario, with some experience here. I wonder if we've had any contact with them and whether that, when we're talking about working with our partners and the feds around advocacy for identifiable high vulnerable groups, whether that is something that we should be exploring. It was interesting that the study that took place some time ago indicated that veterans were most likely homeless veterans end up in shelters, largely predicated on their desire to, from their military background, to appreciate the whole idea of some order in their lives. So I just make those comments, thank the mayor for her reference. And I know there have been some conversations, fleeting perhaps, with a couple of local legions, which would, I think, hypothetically be ideal partners to work with a group like Homes for Heroes. I hope those comments are helpful. Thanks.
General Manager Mayer, please.
Through the chair, to the councillor, yes, the Housing Secretariat has been actively working with the Homes for Heroes group, so that connection has been made.
Okay.
Well, that's great news. Maybe we can get an update on that at some point.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I have no other speakers, so we'll move to electronic vote. I got a thumbs up by Councillor McMeekin. A thumbs up by Councillor Nan. Okay, unanimously carried. Next item up, 8.7 PED 26048, Delegated Authority to Receive Grants Citywide. Director Lisa Abbott from Tourism and Culture will provide the committee with an overview of the report. Lisa, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Lisa Abbott, Director of Tourism and Culture. Through the chair, today we have brought a report that seeks delegated authority for the GM of Planning and Economic Development to receive and enter into funding agreements with the provincial and federal governments. For clarity, please note this only applies to grants being received by the city. It's not in any way grants that are being given out by the city. Tourism and culture typically receive between 8 and 12 grants annually, and this additional funding offsets annual budget commitments for projects, programs, or initiatives. The purpose of the delegated authority is to provide greater efficiency, ensure that we are adhering to policy, and save time for both staff and council. Grants often are in small amounts of $500 and do go up from there. The maximum of this delegated authority we're seeking today is $250,000. Such grants include funders like the Canadian Museum Operating Grant, the Tourism Sport Hosting Program, Celebrate Ontario, Federal Development Tourism Grants, and the Summer Employment Opportunities Program. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Abbott. Could I have a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor, please? Moved by Councillor Nance, second by Councillor Kassar. Is there any discussion on this item? I do actually, I'm going to recognize Councillor Clark here. Councillor Clark, the floor is yours. Oops.
Sorry.
There we go.
Old habits, almost like a...
Hey, the learning curve's over here too, okay? So it's all
Kind of
good.
like playing tennis, you just do it. So the question that I have is with regards to not, the grant agreement is not to exceed $250,000. So frequently some of these grant agreements, there's a portion that the city has to pay and a portion that the senior levels of government has to pay. Is this report covering that?
Thank you. To respond through the chair. In circumstances where matching funding is involved, approval is required in advance of submitting the grant to ensure that there are matching funds that are already existing within our budget and don't provide additional budget pressures. If it were the case that we did not have additional funding for a matching program, we would bring that forward to council as per the process that exists today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is, we're capping it at 250,000, which is generally the policies that we have already for general managers and in terms of what they can spend. How do we ensure that the cumulative spend does not exceed the budget of the tourism department?
To respond through the chair, I think I just need a little clarity. The spend on the project?
Yes. So we tend to deal with them one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
We frequently have you coming forward and saying, well, we're kind of bidding on this program. The feds will pay this, the province will pay this if you pay this. But is there a policy somewhere that says there is a cap on how much money can be spent out of tourism for international games, for awards nights, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you. To answer through the chair, I do not believe that a policy is in place. However, we do a pretty thorough budget planning process at the beginning of each year, and anything that would be of that extraordinary amount would get vetted through the appropriate channels and make its way through to council. Thank you.
Thank you. So if, in fact, you're about to exceed your budget that was allotted by council, you have to come to council to secure an approval to receive the grant and match the grant, correct?
To answer through this chair, if we were contemplating applying for a particular grant, we would need to have the funds in place if we do not have the funds in place before we apply for the grant, we would come forward to council if the amount was deemed that appropriate amount for approval before even applying for the grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the work that you do on this. It means a great deal to the city of Hamilton in terms of bringing in tourists to our community, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm now recognizing Councillor Kassar. Councillor Kassar, the floor is yours.
Councillor Clark for asking that question. That was my understanding, but I think that's good to get out in the public to ensure that this is not creating any budget concerns, which it's not. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward because it improves efficiency on both staff and council's time. Less reports to write, which means staff can focus on other things like bringing people to the city of Hamilton and less things for us to manage. So I think this kind of initiative is great and I'd love to see more of them because I know we're all very concerned and want to see more efficiency. So great example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. I see no other speakers, so we'll move to electronic vote. Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up. Okay. Motion's carried unanimously. 8.8, PED 26005, a bylaw to authorize the imposition of a special charge under the Better Homes Hamilton pilot program in accordance with Ontario Regulation 586/06 for properties in the city of Hamilton and citywide. Catherine Winkleman, Senior Project Manager, Climate Change Initiatives, will provide the committee with an overview of the report. Over to you, Catherine. You just have to turn on the microphone. There we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Catherine Winkleman, Senior Project Manager of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, and I administer the Better Homes Hamilton Energy Retrofit Pilot Program, which Council adopted in 2023. The Better Homes Hamilton program is a municipal loan program for up to 50 eligible Hamilton homeowners to install energy efficiency retrofits in their homes. So for example, like draft proofing and insulation and air source heat pumps, to mention a few, and is one vehicle to help the city of Hamilton achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Importantly, these measures that homeowners are implementing also make their homes more comfortable. The Better Homes Hamilton pilot program has provided 0% interest loans of up to $20,000 each to qualifying homeowners to undertake these measures and must be paid back through the participating homeowner's property tax bill over a 10 or 15-year term. The staff report under consideration today contains a draft administrative bylaw required by Ontario Regulation 586/06, which authorizes the municipality to secure repayment of the Better Homes Hamilton loans by imposing what is called a local improvement charge on the participating properties. More specifically, the draft bylaw before you today requires council approval so that the city can start collecting repayment of the loans dispersed to the first 10 homeowners who have completed the Better Homes Hamilton program. These properties, their loan amounts, the terms of their loan, and the annual payments are identified in Schedule A of Appendix A. The total loans will be added as a special charge to the tax roll for repayment by the participating homeowners starting in June 2026 and consists of annual installments for the term of their loans. The total amounts for the 10 properties included in this bylaw today is $191,781.03. I'd like to conclude by mentioning that this is the first in a series of bylaws to enable the city to collect the Better Homes Hamilton loan repayments. As other Better Homes Hamilton participants complete the program, I'll be coming back to you with subsequent bylaws for those properties so that we can then add their loan amounts to their property tax bills too. Thank you. And I welcome any questions that you may have about this.
Thank you, Senior Project Manager Winkleman. I just require a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. So moved by Alex Wilson, seconded by Maureen Wilson. I have a speakers list for me here, so I'll first of all recognize Councillor Kassar. Councillor Kassar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cooper, and thanks to Catherine and the rest of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives for this work. And I think it's pretty simple. Just to summarize, this is a bylaw in order for us to receive repayments from people who have participated in the program. So it's that simple. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. That is merely what it is.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. I'm now recognizing Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to see which appendix I'm looking at. I believe it's Schedule A. Yes, it is. Appendix A to Appendix A. We may have an MFIPA violation because we've included publicly addresses of those who received loans, and they should not be in any public document. So I would suggest that we redact them.
That would be, I guess, a question of...
I don't know who, this is the problem. Yeah. We can't have identifiers in public documents. We have loan agreements with these folks. While we're not mentioning their names, we have their addresses. That can create problems for those folks. So we need to fix it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking at the bench. I don't know if Senior Project Manager Winkleman or our legal Councillor or Solicitor Shields. I don't know if. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Clerk. Yes, thank you.
We'll review that right away and comment back.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, I'm going to recognize Councillor Alex Wilson while we look into that. Councillor Wilson, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I appreciate Councillor Clark getting an answer to that question, and by council, I think we can get that figured out. I just want to take a step back from that because I think that is a legitimate piece and that answer is forthcoming, and just kind of to the broader program overall. A question I have is about the types of homes. I understand that in the initial selections, there was a hope to have a wide variety of types of retrofits to understand return on investment. Are there some things that are better methodologies to pursue where cost savings maybe happen, or different types of homes at different types of kind of ages? Through you, Chair, I'm just wondering if maybe there could be a comment on what some of those initial learnings are. Do we feel like we got a good diversity is continuing kind of the next 10 batch, but just what are we hoping to learn about different modalities of retrofits, and what does phase 2 of this look like? Are we meeting our kind of initial goals with that diversity of different types of retrofits?
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor. We are actually just now beginning to analyze the program, which is still underway. The pilot program is still underway, and we're only 10 people into the program who've completed the program. So I can't really provide any information just yet, but we will be coming back to council in Q3 of this year with a fulsome report about program outcomes and participation and potential next steps.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a follow-up? No. Okay, I'll get you back on here. Just give me a second to find you here. There we go.
Apologies there. No, thank you. I appreciate that the further reports coming in Q3. Within the first 10, was there a variety in built form, for example? Like, are all of these the same type? Are they all detached family homes? Are any of them towns? Is there any kind of variation within that first batch of 10? And I'll pause there.
Through the chair, I don't recall exactly, to be honest with you. In the program, there is some diversity. Whether specifically in these 10, I don't know offhand, but I can do that research and come back to you with that.
It sounds like it's coming in Q3, so happy to wait for the fulsome piece there. I'll just also share, I've connected with some of the folks in the Ward 13 area who are really excited about this. who also neighbors who started looking at what they could do outside of this program because someone on the street was a beneficiary of this program and was doing that change. And so just really appreciative of this pilot and excited for that Q3 report to hear what else can come forward from this program at the kind of anecdotal stage. Certainly folks are really, really excited, and there's been some positive momentum that's been seen on streets out in Ward 13.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm just going to recognize Clerk Trenum right now for some clarity on what Councillor Clark raised. Over to you, Clerk.
Thank you. I'll state something and I'm going to hand it back over to Catherine. We did have this vetted through our records and privacy team, and there's a regulatory component, which again, I'll ask Catherine to speak to. I just want to point out there is difference under the legislation of personal information that is about an identifiable individual versus information that is about a property. And that's where this sort of differentiates a little bit. But there's also some regulatory framework as to why it would be presented in this way. So I'll ask staff to comment on that.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Clerk Trenum. Yes, the information that is provided in Schedule A it's laid out in Ontario Regulation 58606 as to what we need to put into the bylaw. And other municipalities that run similar programs must fulfill the same requirements. So what we're doing isn't any different than what other municipalities do. And in fact, I don't have another example offhand that I can confirm, but we do use local improvement, this same bylaw, the same mechanism for recovering portions of costs for things like sanitary sewer work in the city. We use the same exact bylaw, and I checked it. I'm quite sure that we also mentioned the addresses there. Okay. So I don't think what we did is unique.
Okay, well, thank you, Senior Project Manager Winkleman. I'm now going to recognize Councillor Pauls. Councillor Pauls, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Yes, I'm trying to read the report quickly there. I'm just wondering, in the last year, then only 10 have received $20,000 for the Better Home pilot project? Is there only 10 or there's more? And
through the chair, there are more than 10, but there are various stages that the various homeowners have to go through. There's a very specific workflow that we have to go through, and though others have already received some loans, if not the full loans, they haven't gone through the entire administrative procedure for me to be able to bring them forward in a bylaw to be approved by council.
So can you tell us roughly how many more there are?
There will be, I would say, probably in the next batch, 12 more.
12 more. So
but the program is still underway, so I can't say anything conclusively.
All right. So the 10 that are completed, they're finished, they've done their renos, and those are the ones we're collecting the money. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So how long is this pilot? Is it been 1 year? Or when did we start this pilot?
Through the chair, the pilot officially launched in December of 2024.
2020. And are we expecting more people to do this, or is just people that just want to fix their homes and they want to do better? What's your projective thought? Do you think a lot more people will be accessing this project?
Through the chair, they won't be able to because the application period closed.
Okay, it's closed unless we extend the program, right?
That is, through the chair, yes, that is correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Now recognizing Councillor Clark for a second time. Councillor Clark, let me just having a problem. There we go. Councillor Clark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. So I appreciate the response from staff. And I understand that the province allegedly has it in a regulation, but they also have MFIPA legislation that we have been burned on many times. If we can't publish an email of a constituent, not sure how we can justify publishing an address of a constituent. It could have been set up in such a manner that in camera there's a chart, but in public it says applicant A, applicant B, applicant C. And then privately we have that information. So if the province is permitting this, it's completely contrary to what the Information and Privacy Commissioner is arguing. So perhaps we should ask them for clarification. May I ask that of the clerk?
Clerk Trenum, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Either way, we'll take this away just to make sure that it's being done properly. But from the initial review, again, all advice has been that we're following the regulation and other guidance. But absolutely, I'll take this away for review.
Thank you.
And my second suggestion, if they are saying that we're following the regulation, then I would add an extra step to it that the applicant has to sign and authorize a document that indicates that their address is going to be public in a bylaw. Thereby, you're getting their approval to make that address public. I'll leave it with the clerks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm looking at my speakers list and it's been exhausted, so we'll move to electronic vote. Okay. I'm looking for Councillor McMeekin. I don't see him on the screen right now. Okay, so he had to step away. Okay, got it. Okay. Carried unanimously. Okay, so that's on to 8.9, which is PED 25082A, 18 to 28 King Street East, building collapse and review of enforcement processes relating to building structure safety citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder? Oh, yes. Councillor Kretsch, mover? Yes. Councillor Nan seconding it. Thank you. Any discussion on this item? I have actually a speakers list forming. I'm going to first recognize Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Kretsch, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. And I know that a colleague of mine to the left just asked if there could be a brief overview of the report. I know it's in follow to the previous report that was done. I'm not sure who can give an overview, but I'm just going to say that into the microphone first. Don't take this away from my time. And then I'll come back for questions once a brief overview has been given. Thank you.
That's fine. I actually don't have any other speaker. Oh, there we okay, just for an overview? Okay, yes. Okay, yes, Director Smith, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this report responds to council direction following the partial collapse of the buildings at 24 to 28 King Street East on November 11, 2024. The purpose of the report is to provide a comprehensive review of what occurred, identify both structural and systemic causes, and outline the changes staff have implemented to strengthen building safety and vacant building enforcement across the city. Staff found the collapse was not caused by a single failure, but a combination of long-term deterioration due to deferred maintenance by the property owner, inadequate escalation and frequency of enforcement actions, and internal communication gaps between city divisions. A consulting engineer also concluded that the engineer of record failed to adequately report the critical conditions of the building, resulting in a formal complaint to Professional Engineers Ontario. Since the interim report, staff have taken decisive action. This includes updating outdated enforcement policies, establishing a cross-departmental working group to prioritize high-risk vacant buildings, and conducting a targeted vacant building blitz that resulted in hundreds of violations identified, dozens of orders issued, and over $20,000 in fees and fines. Staff have also strengthened enforcement tools, improved staff training, enhanced communication, and modernized systems to ensure proactive, risk-based approach to public safety moving forward.
Thank you, Director Smith. I'm now recognizing Councillor Crutch. Councillor Crutch, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I've been following this closely. As the council representative for the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, I've sat through many of the implementation bits that we see in this report in terms of how we're talking about these things differently, how we're trying to ask better questions, how we're trying to mobilize the properties on our endangered list. But I do have some problems, questions I want to talk about here. First, I noticed here for everybody watching along here, on page 4 of 13, there's a section here about how we reviewed what the engineer said about the building and how, not our engineer, obviously the engineer for the developer. And it says this in the report. Based on the documentation reviewed, the consultant concluded that the engineer of record failed to satisfy their professional obligation to adequately report the critical condition of the building to the appropriate authority, namely the City of Hamilton, Building Division, and the Chief Building Official. And so we were relying on the engineer of record, not employed by the City of Hamilton, but somebody who was hired by the person who owned the building. In this report, I do not see us saying, wow, that's a major problem for us as a city and a major liability for us as the City of Hamilton, and we ought to have our own engineer of record here to do that work. Can you explain why not?
Rob Lally, Chief Building Official. Thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. I don't believe it would be normal practice for a municipality to have their own engineer of record to be responsible to go out and monitor buildings. This is why this legislation is in place under the PEO, that engineers do have a duty to report. It is not, this is also along with our monitoring of buildings, right? We also already had our enforcement taking place in buildings such as this. So I don't think you'd find it as common practice for municipalities to have their own engineer.
Respectfully, and this isn't meant to be shady at all, but it's not normal practice for buildings to fall down in municipalities either. And it's normal practice here more often than it should be. And that's my major concern, is that whatever conditions exist in this community, they're allowing this to happen. And I know we're taking some measures here to try and look at the inventory, do inspections. Ultimately, what we're saying in this report, though, is the responsibility is not ours. It's somebody over there who we have no control over, that somebody else is paying, which creates, frankly, a conflict of interest as far as I'm concerned. If I own a property and I'm paying someone to come and do an engineer's report, there's a slight conflict there in terms of the fact that the person who's writing that report is being paid by the person, right? Like there's something going on there. Having a third party or the city having an engineer of record to go and inspect these situations, especially in places where the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee has identified an issue. This is predominantly in Ward 2, where we have a lot of heritage assets here. Some are in okay shape, some are in good shape, and some are in shape, right? And that's where I worry, because I know of at least a dozen properties I'm concerned about. We talk about these things regularly, but we don't have a mechanism here outside of the inspections that we do to get a concrete answer saying, no, we should do this. I know there's been some expanded powers, right? Like you're able to do more things now than you were able to do before in terms of saying, listen, this building is not safe, we ought to demolish it. And that's happened a couple of times in the last year where there's been situations where things needed to be dealt with and they were. But why aren't we taking an exceptional sort of leadership role here to say, look, we're a municipality where this is happening. It's not a common practice, so we're going to take an uncommon practice here. Is that the kind of thing we can maybe see in this report coming forward in 2027? Like that's the only thing I was ever hoping to come out of all of this was we're going to put measures in place to make sure that we take the responsibility on to ensure it doesn't happen anymore. So I'm looking for more information about like, why not, except for the fact that it's not a common practice.
Through the chair, so I'll jump in first, and if Director Lally wishes to add on, feel free. I think as to the why not, I'll speak to what we're doing moving forward related to the expectation of property owners to provide some structural engineers reports on an annual basis, which we believe will provide some clarity and give us more opportunity to identify these concerns earlier.
I mean, I understand what we're doing. I think I'm just looking for that answer, and maybe I can just follow up with you offline about how we get that into a report or what kind of a recommendation I need to bring forward. Because again, as the person on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, I have a very good sense of what we're doing, and I think we're ticking so many boxes, and Ken can probably speak to all the boxes that we're ticking, right? So I know we're doing a lot. This report speaks to so many of them. Look at the vacant building blitz that we did. That was a great thing that we did, right? So I'm not coming here to say we're not doing anything or coming here to saying that we're doing something wrong. I think in terms of the powers we have that are in our common and normal practice, we're doing them. The end of the report speaks pretty specifically to enhanced communication, improvement of policies and procedures, right? Investment in staff training opportunities, system modernization. Those are all really good and important things to do. At the end of the day, if the buck doesn't stop with the city of Hamilton, then we have no way of really protecting these heritage assets except for relying on the professional advice of other individuals. So for me, that's just not okay. We need a team of individuals here who's focused on this to some degree, who cares about this and make sure the buildings are maintained. If we can't do that in a more proactive and real way, and we see this again with demolition control bylaw stuff, happens all the time, right? We're looking at this from a view on the outside looking in. I want the city to be looking at this from the inside, being there on the ground saying, nope, sorry, this is a problem, and having that kind of faith from a third-party expert. That's what the public expects, right? The public expects that we're taking measures to look at this from an impartial perspective and also from the perspective of thinking about our heritage assets as a city. Like municipally, these things matter to us. What are we going to do about them, right? So that's what the city cares about. So anyways, I'll follow up offline, but that's the only thing I think is really missing from this report, and I think it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. I'm now recognizing Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. So just a couple of questions then. I'm trying to go to the page. 2 seconds. There it is. So on page 4 of 13, it discusses the professional misconduct as a failure to make reasonable provisions for safeguarding life, health, or property, and failure to act to correct or report a situation that may endanger safety, etc. And it looks like the onus is on the professional engineer that is retained, I won't add editorial language, by the property owner. How do we prevent this from happening again then? I've looked through the report. I don't see much change except you have a vacant registry and you're following it from the outside, but how are we inspecting the buildings in totality? Is there a way to do that rather than rely on the external engineer?
Through the chair to the councillor, yeah, that is one of the items that we identified as a gap in our service and what we're doing in our inspections. We are looking at options and have developed some new policies about what that looks like related to internal inspections. Where we run into some roadblocks there are that we have the authority through property standards, which is what the inspections are based off of for vacant building registry bylaw inspections, that we can conduct an external inspection at any reasonable time. We have that authority legislated. Where we don't have the authorities to go into a building, we need to be invited in to the building and have permission to enter. We're looking at options through these engineered reports, which are in enhancements to what our policies are, to gain more access to inside the property through this mechanism. The policy is still being finalized, but we're continuing to work towards that direction as an option.
So without going inside the building, you won't know whether or not the supports are properly there, that the condition of the supports in the building are good and sound. So it seems to me that that's the big challenge, that if our engineers can't get inside the building to see exactly the condition of the building that you fear is about to fail, how do we correct that? Can the city go to a judge and request a warrant to go in and inspect the building to see if the building is sound? Structurally sound?
Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. Councillor Clark, this is through the chair. This is a legal question that I can answer in camera, if you wish, about the mechanisms legally that the city can take to obtain access to a property under the building code.
You can see my frustration because it's not in this report, and without it being in this report, we've really not changed anything in terms of how we're going to approach these buildings. Us walking around the outside of the building and issuing orders because the garbage isn't picked up or there's a couple of bricks falling off doesn't get us inside to see if the building is structurally sound. And without that, this is going to happen again. Because candidly, engineers are hired to provide advice to the property owner. And I don't see them necessarily following through with the city. So if we don't have a ways and means to ensure that they are protecting public health and safety, then candidly, I think we're failing. So is there a way of having a report come back on this, Deputy Mayor, that addresses those issues? Those are really important issues. And constantly we find ourselves in a situation when we're talking about dilapidated vacant buildings, we can't get inside. So I look to the Chief Building Officer and the City Solicitor to advise, can this be referred back and have that additional legal advice provided? We need to do more than just create a list and monitor these buildings from outside, in my humble opinion.
Councillor Clark, we're just, Clerk McRae is just looking into that now, whether we'll do a referral motion or just continue with this and come back to it. Okay, we're going to go to the next speaker then. And so I have Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Wilson, the floor is yours.
What happened to me? I think you indicated, yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this report. I'm going to be asking two questions on behalf of a Ward 1 resident who through generations have been active defenders and of heritage across this city, have given of their time and their passion. So I feel it's important that I do so. Just for the public record, could I be reminded, please, of who the owner of the building is?
Director Smith?
I'm assuming it's identifiable.
Through the chair, property owner is Houston Business Space, care of the Markland Property Management Group.
My apologies. Houston Business Space, and then I didn't get the last part through the chair.
Yes, it's care of the Markland Property Management.
Thank you. The first question the resident has asked me, which I need some assistance on through the chair, is how the Ontario Heritage Act could have been better used to prevent the loss of these buildings. Through the chair, I see Director Coit coming down.
You just have to turn the mic on there, yeah.
New mics. Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. The Ontario Heritage Act is mostly a proactive tool in terms of designating and defining properties. It's my understanding we don't have the tools in place in the Heritage Act to inspect or go inside buildings, so we work very carefully and coordinate with our friends in building and in bylaw to monitor and be proactive as possible in addressing the issues.
So in summary, it's your professional opinion that in this instance and others, we have exhausted the tools available to us under the Ontario Heritage Act to get out in advance of these things to ensure we don't get Exhibit A.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. The second question asked of me, beg your pardon. I've just lost it. Maybe redundant. The question was, what options does the city have under the Heritage Act to disincentivize further losses and to ensure there are consequences to the owners for having allowed the demolition by neglect to take place? This is the residents' words.
Through the chair, there is provision under the Heritage Act, I believe, to charge. I would have to charge if somebody's torn a building down in contravention of the Heritage Act, but I'd have to defer to legal for the details on that in this situation.
Thank you. Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. So we could give you that advice as well, which is what are the options, and I know of a few off the top of my head around Heritage Act and what recourse the municipality can use to deal with demolition by neglect, but also with allowing heritage attributes to deteriorate over time without orders being issued to remedy those deteriorating assets.
Okay, that would be appreciated. Is there a motion? If there's a motion coming forward for addition, okay. If that could be included, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm just going to turn to Clerk McRae to address Councillor Clark's earlier question about referral.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the item could be referred to staff, but it would have to be by someone who hasn't spoken to the matter as well at this point yet today.
Thank you, Clerk McRae. I'm now recognizing Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the report. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Speaking to the vacant building blitz, the report recognizes that and it was initiated in April of last year, and then goes on to say that due to the complex nature of the investigations, much of the work initiated remains ongoing or will need to continue going on. If I could get clarity from staff, appreciating the conversation to date and the focus on heritage properties. However, those that I think pose this kind of structural concern in the community aren't all heritage. So if you could please speak to that in terms of what are the next steps, given our commitment as a committee and council to the residents of the city to say that we will do everything possible in the city to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So first I'll speak to the Blitz. The Blitz was focused on high-risk heritage buildings in the downtown area. It expanded beyond that as well. So acknowledging that. However, what came out of that was our ability to identify the positive impacts that came from forming a working group that allowed our team in municipal law enforcement, our heritage planning partners and our building partners to work together to identify properties that are either at risk have seen significant complaints in the past and have a conversation as to how to plan enforcement action or inspections at those properties moving forward, understanding that not all, you're correct, are heritage, but having the context of using the Blitz as an opportunity to look for those gaps will certainly help our work moving forward in the city on vacant buildings beyond the heritage aspect.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So if I understand that correctly, going forward, this is going to continue happening. It's not going to be exclusive to heritage properties in terms of focusing on vacant buildings specifically?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then through you, Deputy Mayor, you mentioned that part of the inputs of data that help the working group identify the properties to assess include those that have had a complaint history in the past and those that were identified by heritage staff, recognizing that was a high priority status properties initially. Moving forward, it's going to include multiple types of properties. Is there any opportunity for proactive? I guess this is a little bit building off of some of the points that my other colleagues have made. What prevents the municipality from going in proactively on our vacant building list altogether?
Through the chair, that is one of the areas that we are looking to enhance, is to provide more proactive enforcement associated with the vacant building registry bylaw. And the complaints that maybe have happened in the past, we will identify those and utilize those complaints to proactively go back to those properties, even if we had compliance from past orders.
Okay, thank you. And then it's referenced, Deputy Mayor, in the upcoming notice of motion to go to the next General Issues Committee, but just flagging that Barton Street could use some of that attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Now recognizing Councillor Crutch. Councillor Crutch, the floor is now yours.
Thanks. And if I can move a motion seconded by Councillor Clark to ask the clerk to prepare some legal advice for council next week, so give the clerk a bit of time to do so. And if that has to happen in a closed session, that's fine, just adjacent to this report or added onto the report. And I'll just look to the city solicitor if that's okay. She nodded yes. Thank you so much. And to include also the comments from Councillor Maureen Wilson with respect to what powers we have with respect to orders and the owners and so forth, and the Heritage Act.
Councillor Shields, it's okay? Yep.
And I will send this to the legislative coordinator in an email.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, if I could just, enforcement powers under the Heritage Act with respect to demolition by neglect or preservation of heritage assets. Okay, thank you.
It's just to clarify, let me get you the microphone back there, Councillor Crutch. Could you please clarify?
Yeah, it's not a motion to refer, it's just, I'm just saying that the council next week, just to bring an addendum or whatever you want, appendix or whatever you want to call it, enclosed, just to the report.
So we'll vote. Go ahead, Clerk McRae.
So sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, then committee's wish is to go ahead with the report and also, in addition, request more information.
Correct.
Okay, perfect, yep.
Okay. Speakers list has been exhausted, so we'll move to electronic vote.
First, we're going to, sorry, through the
clear-
Deputy Mayor.
please clarify, yeah.
To amend the recommendations to include that staff will come back, and then on the recommendations as amended.
Okay, so there'll be two votes. First one will be on the amendment, and we have a mover and a seconder, so we'll do an electronic vote. It's okay. Okay, we're voting on the amendment right now. Okay, that was passed unanimously. So now we're going to vote again on the motion itself as amended. That's okay. Okay, that's carried and passed. So on to 8.10, PED 25-237A, amendment to the Revitalizing Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program and Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Programs, respecting the payment of grants towards outstanding municipal property tax arrears citywide. I'm going to look at General Manager Zagarek of the Finance and Corporate Services area to provide an overview to the committee. General Manager Zagarek, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In December, staff brought forward to Council an information report that staff would be reporting back in Q1 of this year with respect to this subject, and this report is that report back. Given the current conditions in the local development market, the City of Hamilton has implemented a range of supports for the sector and its workforce, such as temporary 20% reduction in development charges, eliminating community benefit charges on new housing, lowering interest rates on development charge deferral agreements, and streamlining development processes, including the all-for-one process. This is a further step that both Planning, Economic Development, and Corporate Services staff are recommending in support of the community and to provide some cash flow relief on a temporary basis in keeping with some of the other measures that this council has approved. The report speaks to properties that are eligible for a grant under both the Barton Kenilworth Tax Increment Grant Program, as well as the Revitalizing Hamilton Commercial District's Community Improvement Plan. Again, the report speaks to this being temporary up to August 31st, 2027. The intent of the amendments to the agreements is such that where a property is eligible for a grant but is currently in tax arrears under the current program, they are ineligible for that grant until they clear their arrears. In an effort to try to assist this particular sector, what staff are recommending is that the grant be applied, but it first has to be applied to offset tax arrears. So this will provide some relief as it relates to penalty and interest that would be accruing with respect to the tax arrears the city would realize, the revenue owing. If there is grant funding over and above the tax arrears, they would accrue to the developer or property owner. If the grant does not satisfy the tax and arrears, the property owner is required to enter into a 2-year payment plan with the City of Hamilton, and then there are a series of events. If they, again, fall behind in terms of the payment plan, there's recourse that is spelled out in the recommendation before you. So again, this is intended to be temporary in keeping with some of the other measures to assist the sector to satisfy the city's obligation or the city's interest as it relates to property tax arrears. And then finally, that we would assist the sector in freeing up funding so that developers can proceed with subsequent developments and that their funds aren't locked in and limiting their ability to proceed with additional projects. So through the Deputy Mayor, staff are available if there's any subsequent questions. And again, this is a report from both PD and Corporate Services.
Thank you, General Manager Zagarek. We have a speakers list forming. But before we get there, I'll need a mover and a seconder. So moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Nan. My first speaker I have on the list here is Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions to GM Zagarek. So we're doing this ostensibly to help free up cash for development to get buildings moving, in essence. Is that the intent?
Yeah, through the chair, that's the feedback we've heard from the sector is that they have funds that are locked in, and if their ability to satisfy the tax arrears through the grant, but currently under the program, that's not an option.
So do we have any validated reports or information as to the current financial condition of that sector? we're hearing lots of rumors, we're hearing lots of people being laid off and developers are stopped building because the economy is shrinking. Do we have any way of understanding exactly the condition of the economy in Hamilton?
Yes, Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. Yes, we do. We have multiple ways of understanding the economy in the greater Golden Horseshoe, and then, of course, locally down to Hamilton. And what we're seeing there, for example, Statistics Canada information, or building permit data, housing starts, CMHC information, a lot of different sources that are saying the housing starts are down, as you know. But the interesting point here is that housing starts are not expected to accelerate anytime soon, from what I've been hearing. You may see action in ground-related housing, so singles, semis, townhouses, those type of form of housing. But when it comes to condos, there are very few, if any, starts out there. There are some existing projects in the pipeline, some of which are actually being, pursued and built. But again, once those are done, I fear that the industry is going to continue to suffer.
Purpose-built rental housing, do we have any indication whether or not that's shrinking or has increased?
Yes, the purpose-built rental housing did very well around the years 2021 to 2023, and across in the Hamilton market, Toronto market, and surrounding areas did very well. You've seen a slight drop-off in purpose-built, and that just could be, the supply, increase in supply. Over the shorter term, let's say next 5 years, it should rebound. But again, a lot of this is just up in the air with the tariffs, with the interest rates, everything else that's happening that are influencing construction activity in our communities.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I support the recommendation that the team has come up with. I think it's prudent. We as a council have to be aware of any decisions that we are making that puts additional burdens on that community. I know we often think that the developers get everything that they want. They don't. We've seen that. We've seen many appeals. But it seems to have some unanimity that the economy in Ontario is shrinking, and there has been a significant loss of construction jobs, which points to what the general manager indicated with regards to condos collapsing and the market collapsing, et cetera. So I support this, and I'll keep my eye out for anything that we can do to help that sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kassar, I'm just recognizing you. The floor is now yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a quick clarification to make sure I understand it correctly. As the report said and GM Zegarac outlined, this is a cash flow tool, temporary, and it's not going to change the overall tax revenue the city would receive over time for a specific property. It just brings that cash flow forward for the proponent to help make things smoother for them. So I just want to confirm that that's correct, but highly supportive.
Through the chair, that's correct, but it may accelerate some of the tax revenue. Otherwise, the tax arrears may continue to accumulate, and so applying the grants may result in the city realizing those revenues sooner.
Yeah, that's a very helpful addition. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Kassar. Recognizing Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just picking up where Councillor Kassar left off. Is there a ballpark figure of those tax arrears that we're hoping to get back in the temporary nature of the program?
Through the chair, I'll start. It'll be subject to the number of applicants and who choose the option to have the terms amended. So again, it'll depend on the uptake in terms of this as an option.
So applied to new applicants, not retroactively to those who've otherwise already received the grant.
Through the deputy mayor, retroactively as well. So anyone retroactively. So again, it'll be dependent on the interest from anyone who retroactively wishes to have their agreement amended.
Appreciated. Thank you. And then the report back to give committee a sense of what that amounted to would come back on an annual basis? Would it come back in the tax arrears report? Is there a sense of when?
Yes, I believe we, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe we provide an annual report on the, we could just include that. So as part of our annual report, we will, provide information on the take-up of this and the outcomes that have been established through this incentive.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. That exhausts our speakers list, so we're going to move to electronic vote. No, and Councillor McMeekin, yeah, thumbs up. Okay, here we go. We're carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. We're going to now move to notices of motion. 10.1, a city plan to reinvigorate Barton Village and adjacent corridor. I'm looking to Councillor Nan. Would you like to read your notice of motion? Oops.
Certainly, Deputy Mayor, it's going to remain as a notice of motion, not looking to waive the rules. There may be some adjustments when it finally comes to General Issues Committee, next committee, in terms of clarifying the staff that would be involved. But essentially, do you want me, I can't speak to it, right? I'm just reading the therefore be it resolved.
Just
All
reading it. Thank you.
Y'all can read the whereases, gives you a sense of the why. Therefore be it resolved that staff convene the appropriate City of Hamilton departments, including but not limited to the municipal licensing and enforcement, building division, economic development, waste management, waste enforcement, housing services, and public health, to meet in Q1 of 2026 to commence an audit of the Barton Village BIA corridor to determine a short-term, mid-term, and long-term plan of action, including immediate enforcement of existing bylaws to deal with incomplete development projects, derelict and vacant buildings, to include opportunities to address illegal waste accumulation and beautification of the public realm prior to the upcoming capital works of the Barton Street reconstruction project, to include more public art and mural opportunities, and to include robust outreach as it's related to housing and health services. And B, that the staff be directed to convene with community stakeholders to carry out an assessment of need and opportunity, including the Barton Village BIA, Hamilton Public Library Barton Branch, and community service providers. C, that staff work with the Barton Village BIA to identify grants, funding applications, and improvements to support business startups that would assist in the betterment of the corridor. D, that staff provide a report back to General Issues Committee, it's likely going to be Q3, not Q2 of 2026, outlining the steps taken as well as the future plans to reinvigorate Barton Village BIA. And E, that staff ensure that any additional funding needs be incorporated into the 2027 budget ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I also have 10.2, Councillor Francis. If you could read your notice of motion as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cooper. And this is feasibility of, and before I get to it, sorry, it may change slightly based on what the feedback I received from staff in terms of what quarter to actually have this report back come to. I won't be seeking to waive the rules today, but I'll read the whole motion out and move it at the next GIC. So feasibility of acquisition and redevelopment of 553 Queenston Road, Red Rose Motel. Whereas Council has previously considered the acquisition of former City Motor Motel, property 55 Queenston Road, which highlighted the importance of careful due diligence and adherence to city purchasing policies. Whereas the successful acquisition and redevelopment of 55 Queenston Road into a 40-unit affordable housing building demonstrates the potential benefits of pursuing a similar approach at other sites. Whereas the Red Rose Motel, located at 553 Queenston Road, has been the subject of ongoing community concerns related to crime, safety, and neighborhood impacts. Whereas the size and configuration of 553 Queenston Road, together with its direct proximity to 555 Queenston Road, an existing city housing Hamilton property, presents an opportunity for potential site consolidation and redevelopment, including modular or rapid housing construction, whereas senior government initiatives, including potential programs under Build Canada Homes, may provide resources or funding opportunities for innovative housing delivery. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the General Issues Committee on the feasibility of acquiring and redeveloping 553 Queenston Road, including cost, planning and zoning considerations, redevelopment potential, and opportunities with the adjacent City Housing Hamilton property. And like I said, I'll move that in 3 weeks' time at that GIC meeting. And this is an opportunity to address both affordable housing in the backyards of Ward 5 and cleaning up a long-standing crime-riddled location once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. I'm now going to open up to see if there's any other notices of motion. No, seeing none. Okay. Now we're going to move to 11, private and confidential, 11.1, closed session minutes, December 3rd, 2025. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. To adopt the confidential, we're going to adopt the confidential minutes and they'll remain confidential. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Okay, any opposed? We're good. Okay, we're unanimous on that, so it's carried. Motion to go into closed. We'll need a motion to go into closed session for items 11.2 to 11.4. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Pursuant to section 9.3 subsection C, D, E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 23.9 sub 2, subsection C, D, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city or a local board purpose. D, labor relations or employee negotiations. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on behalf of the city or local board. This will require electronic vote. You have it up on your screen right now. If you could please vote. Okay, thumbs up by Councillor Taddison. Yep. Okay.
Councillor Jackson. Francis has stepped away.
Yep.
Councillor Pissarro, you're in favor? Yep, thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was carried unanimously. So, members of the public are advised that during closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream broadcast, a closed session in progress screen will appear. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff is not directly related to this in-camera items. These in-camera items will also now be asked to leave, exit the WebEx meeting. I also remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communication only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from sections 8.7 sub C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Thank you. Five minutes? Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll see you all back shortly. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Take your time. All set? Okay, thank you. Back in open session. Welcome back, everyone. 11.2, HUR 25014, bargaining update citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang, to that report, HUR 25014, respecting bargaining update, be received and remain confidential. Electronic vote. Okay, we got thumbs up by Councillor Jackson, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Nan, and I think everybody else is electronic. Okay. Jackson, Pauls, and Nan. Yeah. Councillor Maureen, thumbs up there. Councillor Beatty, thumbs up. Yeah. Anyone else there? We good? Okay, that carried unanimously. Okay, on to 11.3 PED 25275, acquisition of property. May I please have a mover and seconder on the following? A, that the directions provided to staff in closed session be approved and remain confidential. And B, that report PD 25275 respecting acquisition of property Ward 2 be received and remain confidential. A mover, Councillor Crutch, seconder, Councillor Wang. This will be electronic vote as well. So here we go. Any thumbs up? Councillor Nan, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Pauls, and everybody else is electronic. Beatty, Pauls, Jackson, yep, and Nan, yep.
And Councilor Maureen Wilson?
Maureen Wilson, thumbs up? Yep.
Oh, great.
Okay, we're good. Oh, okay, that's 13-1, so it carries. Okay, so then move on to 11.4, LS 23027E, general litigation update citywide. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following, that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 23027 sub E, respecting general litigation update be approved and remain confidential, and B, that report LS 23027 sub E, respecting general litigation update be received and remain confidential. Do I have a mover and a seconder? A mover, Alex Wilson, seconder, Councillor Wang. Electronic vote, any thumbs up? Thumbs up from Councillor Nan, thumbs up from Councillors Jackson, Beatty, Clark, and, well, possibly, and Pauls. And Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, are you okay? Are you good? Okay, okay, just need a thumbs up. I'll vote, there we go. Okay, so that's unanimous, so we're carried again. So adjournment, with no further business. Have a wonderful evening. And we got Councillor Pauls up at 5 o'clock. A storm coming, wow.